In 2014, a secret group of scientists gathered in a Warsaw church under cover of night. They came to examine a human heart, one that had been preserved in cognac for 165 years, the heart of Frédéric Chopin. When they finally opened the crystal urn, they found what medical science had suspected for more than a century and a half: the lesions of tuberculosis. The disease that silenced the most poetic piano ever played. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we trace the journey of Frédéric Chopin, the Polish exile who revolutionized the piano, who composed music of such intimate beauty that it was never meant for concert halls, and who spent the last 11 years of his life slowly suffocating from tuberculosis. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from literature to music, from fashion to the architecture of cities. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. Now, settle in. Find a comfortable position. Let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead. Through Warsaw drawing rooms and Parisian salons, through a disastrous winter in Majorca, and finally to a quiet apartment on the Place Vendôme, where Europe's greatest pianist drew his final breath. Let's begin. Paris, a winter evening in 1842. The salon is small by aristocratic standards. Perhaps 30 guests arranged on silk-upholstered chairs. The women wear their hair parted in the centre, swept back, their gowns high-waisted in the Empire style, now giving way to fuller sleeves and tighter bodices. The men stand at the edges, their evening coats dark against the cream walls. At the centre of the room, barely visible behind the curved lid of a Pleyel piano, sits a man so slight, so pale, that he might be mistaken for a consumptive's ghost. He's 32 years old, though he appears older, worn somehow, as if life has been slowly erasing him. His fingers touch the keys, and the room holds its breath. This is Frédéric Chopin, and what he plays is unlike anything else in the musical world of his time. The great virtuosos of the era, Franz Liszt, Sigismund Thalberg, they perform in concert halls. They dazzle crowds of thousands with cascading arpeggios and thundering chords. They are athletes of the keyboard. Chopin is something else entirely. He plays as if the music were breathing. The melody rises and falls like the chest of someone dreaming, the notes suspended in candlelight, intimate as a whispered confession. There are no pyrotechnics here, no displays of superhuman dexterity, only poetry. And poetry is what Chopin needs, because his body cannot sustain anything more. In his entire life, Frédéric Chopin will give only about 30 public concerts. 30 performances for a career spanning 20 years. In an era when professional pianists might perform 100 concerts in a single year, this is an almost incomprehensible restraint. But Chopin does not restrain himself by choice. His lungs cannot endure the demands of concert performance, the travel, the exertion, the sheer physical toll of projecting music across a vast hall, the intimate salon where he can play softly, where he can breathe between phrases, where the audience comes close enough to see his hands. This is not aesthetic preference, it is medical necessity. The disease that makes him too weak for concert halls will also make him immortal, because music written for intimate spaces, for quiet evenings, for the edge of sleep, that music will outlive the thundering virtuosos by centuries. Tonight we explore how tuberculosis shaped the sound of the piano itself. To understand Chopin, we must first understand the Poland that made him, and the Poland that he could never return to. Friedrich Franciszek Chopin was born on the 1st of March 1810 in the village of Żelazowa Wola, about 50 kilometers west of Warsaw. His mother, Justyna Krzyżanowska, was Polish. His father, Nicholas, was French, an emigrant from Lorraine who had arrived in Poland in 1787 at the age of 16 and never left. The Poland of Chopin's birth was not truly Poland at all. It was the Duchy of Warsaw, a puppet state created by Napoleon, and even this fiction would dissolve within a few years. By 1815, when Chopin was 5 years old, Poland had been carved up between Russia, Prussia and Austria. The country existed only in memory and in music. 6 months after Chopin's birth, the family moved to Warsaw, where his father had secured a position teaching French at the Warsaw Lyceum, housed in the Saxon Palace. The boy grew up in rooms within the palace grounds, surrounded by the children of the Polish aristocracy, speaking French at home and Polish in the streets. He was a prodigy in the truest sense. By the age of 4, he was playing the piano. By 7, he had composed 2 polonaises. By 8, he was giving private concerts for Warsaw's elite, a child in a velvet suit, seated at a piano far too large for him, producing sounds that made grown men weep. His first formal music tutor was Wojciech Żywny, a Czech-born pianist who recognized immediately that the boy was extraordinary. Żywny trained him in the classical tradition, Bach, Mozart, but there was something in the child's playing that could not be taught, a quality of intimacy, of inner listening, as if the music existed first inside him, and the piano was merely the instrument of revelation. Żywny was an old-fashioned musician, trained in the 18th century style. He believed in the supremacy of Bach, in the importance of counterpoint, in the discipline of correct technique. He instilled in young Frederick a foundation that would serve him throughout his life, even as the student quickly surpassed the teacher. By the time Chopin was 11, Żywny admitted that he had nothing more to teach the boy. The child had absorbed everything his teacher knew, and had begun to develop in directions that Żywny could not follow, but the foundation remained. Throughout his career, Chopin revered Bach above all other composers. He warmed up by playing the well-tempered clavier. He recommended Bach to his students as the ultimate teacher. At the Warsaw Lyceum, Chopin was a good student, popular among his classmates. He had a gift for mimicry and caricature, a sharp wit and an easy charm. But music consumed him. By the time he entered the Warsaw Conservatory in 1826, at 16, he was already one of the finest pianists in Eastern Europe. During summer holidays, the teenage Chopin visited the countryside, attending peasant weddings and harvest festivals. He listened to the village musicians with their fiddles and bagpipes. He noted down the texts of folk songs. He absorbed the rhythms of the mazurka and the polonaise, the dances that would later become his signature. The mazurka, a folk dance from the Mazovia region where Chopin was born, had a distinctive triple meter with an accent on the second or third beat. It was rough, vital music, played on instruments that would never be welcome in a Warsaw salon. But Chopin heard something in it that sophisticated musicians had missed. He heard poetry. The polonaise was more ceremonial, a processional dance associated with the Polish nobility, with national pride, with the grandeur of a Poland that no longer existed as an independent nation. To play a polonaise was to make a political statement, however indirect. It was to assert that Poland still lived, if only in music. These folk influences shaped everything Chopin later composed: the rhythms of the village, the harmonies of the bagpipe, the ceremonial pride of the polonaise. They seeped into his nocturnes, his ballads, his preludes. Even his most sophisticated Parisian works carry traces of the Polish countryside. Polish folk music entered his bloodstream and never left. Even in Paris, even at the height of sophistication, his mazurkas would carry the unmistakable accent of the Polish village. In November of 1830, Chopin left Warsaw. He was 20 years old, carrying a small container of Polish soil given to him by friends. He did not know it, but he would never return. Within weeks of his departure, the November uprising began, Poland's desperate attempt to throw off Russian rule. The uprising was born of hope and desperation in equal measure. Polish nationalists believed that the moment had come, that Europe was ready to support their cause, that the Russian Empire could be challenged, that independence was within reach. They were wrong, but they could not have known that at the time. Young men took up arms, students left their studies. The streets of Warsaw became battlefields. For nearly a year, the Poles fought with courage and determination. They won early victories. They established a provisional government. They believed for a brief moment that freedom was possible. Chopin, in Vienna, and then in Munich and Stuttgart, followed the news with anguish. He wanted to return to fight, but friends persuaded him that his health would not survive a military campaign. His contribution to Poland would have to be his music, not his blood. Within a year, the uprising had been crushed. Warsaw was occupied. Many of Chopin's friends were imprisoned, exiled, or dead. In Stuttgart, waiting to hear whether his family had survived, Chopin received the news that Warsaw had fallen. He wrote in his journal, "The suburbs are destroyed, burned. Jas Willisch probably dead on the ramparts. I see Marcel a prisoner, Sawinski, that kind soul, in the hands of those brutes. Oh God, do you exist?" The Poland he loved existed now only in his music, and in the soil he carried with him, which would one day be scattered on his grave. The container of Polish soil became one of Chopin's most treasured possessions. It was a tangible connection to a homeland he could not visit, a piece of the earth that had nurtured him. Throughout his years in Paris, through all his travels, he kept it with him, a talisman, a reminder, a promise. Friends who knew of the soil understood what it meant. It was not merely sentiment, it was identity, carried in a small container across borders that Chopin could not cross himself. When he asked for it to be scattered on his grave, he was asking to be reunited with Poland in the only way left to him. But that reunion was years away. First came Paris, the city that would become his second home, the stage for his greatest triumphs and his most profound suffering. Chopin arrived in Paris in September of 1831, at the age of 21. He came as one of thousands of Polish refugees fleeing the failed uprising, but unlike most, he came with letters of introduction to the most important musicians in Europe. Paris, in the 1830s, was the undisputed capital of the musical world. The city throbbed with talent. Berlioz was writing his Symphonie Fantastique. Liszt was dazzling audiences with his demonic virtuosity. Rossini held court at the Théâtre Italien. Into this world stepped the pale, young Pole with his quiet manners and his revolutionary fingers. His debut concert in February of 1832 was a sensation. The Revue Musicale wrote, "Here is a young man who, surrendering himself to his natural impressions and taking no model, has found, if not a complete renewal of pianoforte music, at least a part of what has been sought in vain for a long time, namely, an abundance of original ideas." Another critic wrote that Chopin had an entirely new character in his playing, something that could not be classified according to the prevailing schools of pianism. He was neither the thundering virtuoso in the Liszt mode nor the elegant sentimentalist. He was something unprecedented. The concert took place at the Salle Pleyel, named for the piano manufacturer Camille Pleyel, who would become one of Chopin's most important supporters. The hall was intimate by concert standards, seating perhaps 400. Even so, it was larger than Chopin preferred. But Chopin quickly realized that public concerts were not for him. The physical demands were enormous. A concert pianist in the 1830s needed to project across halls seating 1,000 or more. The playing had to be loud, emphatic, theatrical, and Chopin's style was the opposite, refined, nuanced, dependent on subtleties that would be lost in a vast space. More than that, his body was beginning to fail. The symptoms had started earlier, perhaps as early as his adolescence. Chronic coughs, fatigue, susceptibility to every passing cold. In Paris, the symptoms worsened. The damp winters, the coal smoke, the endless social demands. They wore him down. So Chopin made a strategic choice that would define his career. He would perform primarily in salons. This was not a retreat from musical life. It was a redefinition of what musical life could be. Chopin recognized that the intimate salon offered something the concert hall could not, a space where his particular genius could flourish. He did not compete with Liszt for the crowds. He created his own audience, his own context, his own world. The strategy was brilliant. Within a few years, Chopin became the most sought-after pianist in Paris, not because he filled concert halls, but because he filled salons with people desperate to hear him. An invitation to a soirée where Chopin would play became one of the most coveted social prizes in the city. And the fees he could command for private performances matched or exceeded what concert artists earned. The wealthy aristocrats who hosted him were willing to pay handsomely for the privilege of his presence. Chopin never suffered from want of money, despite playing so few public concerts. The Parisian salon of the 1830s was not merely a party, it was an institution, the crucible of French cultural life. In the drawing rooms of aristocratic hostesses, poets met painters, politicians met philosophers, and musicians performed for audiences who listened with an attention that the concert hall could not match. For Chopin, the salon was ideal. 30 guests, 40 at most. Candles rather than gas lamps. A Pleyel piano, lighter in touch than the English instruments, positioned so that he could play softly and still be heard. The audience close enough to see his hands to catch every nuance. Contemporary accounts describe his playing as extraordinary. One had to come close to him to catch the pianissimo, wrote one listener. His fortissimo was still a mezzo forte. Another described a quality of tone that seemed to float above the keyboard, never quite striking the keys but caressing them. His rubato, the elastic stretching and contracting of tempo, was unlike anything else in the repertoire. Rubato, from the Italian for stolen, refers to the practice of slightly accelerating or slowing the tempo for expressive purposes. All romantic pianists employed rubato, but Chopin's approach was distinctive. He would often keep the left hand strictly in time while allowing the right hand to float freely, creating a sense of melody that hovers above the accompaniment like a voice above its backing. The left hand, Chopin told his students, is the conductor. It must never waver. The right hand, meanwhile, could sing and sigh and breathe. This independence between the hands, this sense of two voices in conversation rather than one mechanism operating, was central to Chopin's sound. The great German poet Heinrich Heine, who knew Chopin personally, wrote, "Chopin is the Raphael of the piano. He is a poet, the most profound of any living musician. He gives you countries that exist only in our dreams." The salon also provided Chopin with his primary income, teaching. He became the most sought-after piano teacher in Paris, charging what would be several $100s per lesson in today's money. His students were the daughters of counts and bankers, young aristocrats seeking the polish that a Chopin education could provide. He was, by all accounts, a meticulous and patient teacher. He insisted on technique, on fingering, on the correct posture of the hand, but above all he insisted on singing, on making the piano breathe as a human voice breathes, on phrasing as an Italian opera singer phrases. "You must sing if you wish to play," he told his students, and they understood what he meant only when they heard him play. The music seemed to come from somewhere beyond technique, beyond the black and white keys. It came from the same place that poetry comes from, some depth of feeling that ordinary language cannot reach. His teaching schedule was punishing, sometimes 5 or 6 lessons a day, walking or taking carriages across Paris from one aristocratic household to another. The income was excellent, but the toll on his fragile health was considerable. By afternoon, he was often exhausted, and yet the lessons continued. His students remembered specific details of his instruction. He demanded a particular position of the hand, curved but relaxed, the fingers striking the keys at a slight angle. He insisted on suppleness of the wrist. He abhorred unnecessary movement, theatrical gestures, anything that interfered with the pure transmission of sound. Simplicity is the final achievement, Chopin told one student. After one has played a vast quantity of notes and more notes, it is simplicity that emerges as the crowning reward of art. This philosophy, that complexity should serve expression, not display, ran counter to the prevailing virtuoso culture. The great performers of the day competed to play faster, louder, more astonishingly. Chopin taught his students to play more beautifully. Among his students were some of the finest pianists of the next generation. Karol Mikuli, who would later publish an important edition of Chopin's works, studied with him for years. Princess Marcelina Czartoryska became one of the most celebrated performers of Chopin's music. They carried his teachings forward, creating a chain of transmission that extended into the 20th century. In Paris, Chopin found himself at the centre of the greatest concentration of artistic genius in 19th century Europe. He knew Franz Liszt, his temperamental opposite, Liszt the showman, Liszt the theatrical virtuoso, Liszt who played to thousands where Chopin played to dozens. They admired each other, though their friendship was complicated. Liszt sometimes performed Chopin's music in concert, but he added his own embellishments, his own theatrical touches which Chopin found vulgar. The contrast between the two men was striking. Liszt was tall, handsome, commanding, a born performer who thrived on the energy of crowds. Chopin was slight, delicate, reserved, a born artist who preferred the intimacy of small gatherings. Liszt conquered audiences, Chopin seduced them. They respected each other's gifts, but they understood music differently. For Liszt, music was a public act, a form of communication with the masses. For Chopin, music was private, personal, almost secret. Liszt sought glory. Chopin sought perfection. In later years, their friendship cooled. There were rumours of jealousy, of competition, of slights real or imagined. After Chopin's death, Liszt wrote a biography that was more hagiography than scholarship, a tribute to a genius he had admired but perhaps never fully understood. He knew Hector Berlioz, the visionary orchestrator who was remaking what the symphony could be. He knew Felix Mendelssohn, the German prodigy who combined classical form with romantic expression. He knew Vincenzo Bellini, the Italian opera composer whose melodic lines influenced Chopin's own sense of vocal phrase. Bellini's influence on Chopin was profound. The Italian composer wrote operas, Norma, La Sonnambula, I Puritani, with melodies of such purity and expressiveness that they seemed to transcend the voice itself. Chopin studied these operas obsessively. He attended performances whenever he could. He analysed how Bellini constructed his melodic lines, how he phrased, how he allowed the voice to breathe. Play as Bellini would sing, Chopin told his students. It was the highest praise he could offer. When Bellini died in 1835, at the age of 33, Chopin was devastated. He had lost not just a friend, but a teacher, someone who had shown him what the piano might become if it could only learn to sing. and he knew the painters, Eugène Delacroix above all. Delacroix, the leading painter of French Romanticism, became one of Chopin's closest friends. They met through George Sand in 1838, and the connection was immediate. Delacroix, like Chopin, was an artist of intensity who concealed his fire beneath a reserved manner. He understood what Chopin was trying to do with the piano in the same way that a fellow painter might understand. In 1838, Delacroix painted a double portrait. Chopin at the piano, George Sand behind him, listening. It was never finished. Later, after some unknown dispute or simply through the chaos of artistic estate sales, the painting was cut in two. Today, Chopin and Sand hang in separate museums, forever separated, a metaphor more apt than anyone could have planned. The portrait shows a younger Chopin than the daguerreotype taken the year of his death. His face is softer, less haunted, but there is already something in the eyes, a distance, a melancholy, as if he is listening to music that the viewer cannot hear. Delacroix wrote in his journal, "Chopin is the truest artist I have ever known. The rest of us labour to create our work. Chopin simply opens a door and the music flows through." The friendship between Chopin and Delacroix was a meeting of kindred spirits. Both men were obsessed with craft, with the technical means by which emotion could be conveyed through art. They spent hours discussing the parallels between painting and music, the ways that colour in a painting might correspond to harmony in a composition, the ways that brushwork might parallel phrasing. Delacroix was fascinated by Chopin's creative process. Unlike many composers who worked systematically, Chopin composed in bursts of inspiration, followed by painstaking revision. He would improvise at the piano for hours, searching for a melody, a harmonic progression, a rhythmic pattern. When something emerged that satisfied him, he would begin the agonizing work of writing it down. Chopin suffers over his compositions, Delacroix observed. He shuts himself in his room for days, weeping, walking, breaking his pens. He changes and destroys and starts again 100 times. This perfectionism was both a blessing and a curse. It meant that every note Chopin published was exactly as he intended it. But it also meant that composition was torment, a process of endless revision that exhausted him physically and emotionally. A single page of music might take weeks to complete. A single phrase might be rewritten dozens of times. And all the while his lungs were failing, his energy was declining, and he knew that time was running out. During his Paris years, Chopin produced an astonishing body of work. Unlike many Romantic composers who wrote symphonies, operas, and grand orchestral pieces, Chopin wrote almost exclusively for solo piano. It was a limitation that became a universe. The Nocturnes, Opus 9, published in 1832, established the form that would become his signature. The Nocturne was not Chopin's invention. The Irish composer John Field had coined the term for his own dreamy piano pieces, but Chopin transformed it into something deeper. A Chopin nocturne is not simply night music. It is the sound of consciousness at the edge of sleep, when thoughts dissolve into feeling, and feeling dissolves into pure sensation. The right hand sings a melody, ornamented, floating, never quite predictable, while the left hand moves through gentle harmonies that seem to support the melody as water supports a boat. The effect is hypnotic. Contemporary listeners described falling into a kind of trance, a suspension of ordinary awareness. The music seemed to speak directly to some part of the mind that existed below language. John Field, the Irish composer who invented the nocturne as a genre, wrote pieces of considerable charm, but Chopin transformed the form entirely. Where Field's nocturnes were pleasant, Chopin's were profound. Where Field offered decoration, Chopin offered depth. The difference lay in harmony, in structure, in the quality of melodic invention. Chopin's nocturnes could move from tenderness to passion to despair within a few pages. They could explore emotional territories that Field never imagined. They could break your heart. The Nocturne in C-sharp minor, Diet 27 No. 1, begins with a melody of almost unbearable sadness. A lament, a confession, a cry in the night. It builds to a passionate middle section, then returns to the opening material transformed. The listener who follows this journey arrives somewhere different from where they began. This is what Chopin added to the Nocturne: narrative, drama, emotional development. He took a pleasant salon form and made it capable of tragedy. The nocturnes were meant for the night hours, for that liminal time when the mind relaxes, when defences drop, when we are most open to emotion. They were written for candlelight, for quiet rooms, for intimate company. They were written, in a sense, for the very experience you may be having now. Listening in the dark, letting the music wash over you, drifting towards sleep. It is no accident that Chopin's nocturnes remain among the most popular pieces for relaxation and sleep. They were designed for that purpose. Not literally perhaps, but in their essence. They meet you where you are in the quiet hours, and they ask nothing except your attention. The Etudes, published in 1833 and 1837, were ostensibly teaching pieces, exercises in piano technique. But they were exercises that no one had imagined before. Each etude isolates a particular technical problem, octaves, thirds, legato playing, but frames it within a complete musical statement. The revolutionary etude, written in response to the fall of Warsaw, is a fury of passionate running notes, anguish made audible. The ballades, there would eventually be 4, were something entirely new. Chopin essentially invented the piano ballade as a form. These were large-scale narrative works, each telling a story that the listener could almost but not quite follow. The first ballad, in G minor, is one of the most performed pieces in the piano repertoire. Schumann said of it, "I have a new ballad by Chopin. It seems to me his most inspired, though not his most perfect work." The ballades may have been inspired by the poetry of Adam Mickiewicz, the great Polish Romantic poet who was also living in exile in Paris. Chopin never confirmed this connection, but the parallels are suggestive. Mickiewicz wrote epic poems about Polish history and legend. Chopin wrote ballades that seemed to tell stories without words. The fourth ballad, in Fa minor, composed in 1842 during the happy years at Nohant, is perhaps Chopin's greatest single work. It is a piece of extraordinary complexity and emotional depth, a narrative that seems to encompass an entire life. It begins quietly, almost tentatively, and builds through variations and developments to a conclusion of shattering power. Pianists speak of the fourth ballad with reverence. It is technically demanding, of course. All of Chopin's major works are. But the technical demands are not the point. The point is the emotional journey, the sense of having lived through something profound in the space of 12 minutes. When Chopin performed the fourth ballad in private, listeners wept. They could not have said exactly what the music meant, but they felt its meaning in their bones. The mazurkas, 61 in total over his lifetime, brought the Polish village into the Parisian salon. These were not authentic folk dances, but transformations of folk material. The rough country music refined and deepened until it became art music of the highest order. To play a Chopin mazurka was to hear Poland, to remember what had been lost. And the polonaises, grander, more ceremonial than the mazurkas, were statements of Polish national pride disguised as salon music. The revolutionary polonaise, the heroic polonaise, these were declarations of identity by a man who would never see his homeland again. The waltzes, more than 20 of them, were perhaps the most immediately popular of Chopin's works. They were dance music nominally, but dances that no one could actually dance to. The tempos were too flexible, the harmonies too complex, the structures too free. They were the idea of the waltz, the essence of the waltz, distilled into something that existed only for listening. The Grande Valse Brillante, Opus 18, became a favourite of the salons. It was dazzling but accessible, technically demanding but melodically memorable. Chopin himself performed it frequently, and it helped establish his reputation among audiences who might not have appreciated the more searching depths of the nocturnes. The scherzos, 4 of them, were larger, more dramatic works. The word scherzo means joke in Italian, but there's nothing humorous about Chopin's scherzos. They're intense, driven, sometimes violent. The second scherzo in B-flat minor was among the most frequently performed of his works during his lifetime. It opens with a question, 2 urgent chords, a silence, a response, and builds through cascading arpeggios to a triumphant conclusion. These diverse genres, nocturnes, etudes, ballads, mazurkas, polonaises, waltzes, scherzos, together formed a complete world. Chopin wrote almost nothing outside the piano, but within the piano he explored every possibility. He found, in this single instrument, enough range to express everything he needed to say. Through all this creativity, Chopin's health was deteriorating. The coughs came more frequently, the fatigue deepened. Friends noticed that he tired easily, that he needed to rest after any exertion. The vigorous young man who had arrived in Paris in 1831 was becoming visibly fragile. In 1835, a doctor examined him and delivered an alarming verdict. Chopin showed signs of consumption. Tuberculosis in the 1830s was not simply a disease. It was a cultural phenomenon, almost an identity. Consumptive, pale, feverish, creative had become a romantic archetype. Byron wished to die of consumption because he said the ladies would find it interesting. Keats had died of it in Rome in 1821. In the popular imagination, consumption was the artist's disease, the price of genius. But for those who actually suffered from it, there was nothing romantic. The disease attacked the lungs, causing bloody coughs, chronic fatigue, night sweats, and progressive wasting. In the era before antibiotics, there was no cure. Treatment consisted of rest, fresh air, and the hope that the body's own defences might arrest the disease. For many, this hope was futile. The physicians of Chopin's era were not entirely ignorant about tuberculosis. They understood that it was contagious, that it ran in families, that certain climates seemed to help or hinder its progress. What they lacked was any effective treatment. They could observe the disease, document its progress, offer palliative care, but they could not stop it. The standard advice for consumptives was to seek out warmer, drier climates. Italy was popular, as was the south of France. Majorca, with its Mediterranean sun and mild winters, seemed ideal. Physicians assured their patients that a change of air might make all the difference. Sometimes it did. Some patients recovered, or at least stabilized, in more favorable environments. But tuberculosis was unpredictable. What helped one patient might do nothing for another, and the journey itself, the stress of travel, the disruption of routine, the exposure to new pathogens, could sometimes accelerate the disease rather than slow it. Chopin's doctors prescribed what doctors of the era prescribed: tonics, rest, and change of climate. They suggested that he leave Paris in winter, seek warmer, drier air. It was this advice that would lead to the most difficult episode of his life, and some of his greatest music. In the autumn of 1838, Chopin departed for Majorca with George Sand and her 2 children. He had been in love with her for over a year. She believed the warm Mediterranean air would heal him. Neither of them understood what they were walking into. The decision to travel to Mallorca was made quickly, perhaps too quickly. Sand was eager to escape Paris, where her relationship with Chopin was causing scandal. She was also concerned about her son Maurice's rheumatism. Mallorca seemed to offer solutions to multiple problems: a warm climate, a retreat from gossip, a chance to work in peace. For Chopin, the appeal was simpler. He wanted to be with Sand, and his doctors had recommended a change of air. He did not particularly want to leave Paris with its salons and its concerts and its familiar routines. But love made him willing to try. They gathered their belongings, made their arrangements, and set off into the unknown. It was a journey that would test everything: their love, their patience, their faith in each other. And it would produce some of the most extraordinary music ever written. Amandine Lucille Aurore Dupin, who wrote under the pen name George Sand, was one of the most famous women in Europe. She was a novelist of extraordinary productivity and influence, the author of dozens of works that sold in the tens of thousands. She was notorious for wearing men's clothes, for smoking cigars, for taking lovers of both sexes. In an era that confined women to domestic roles, she had made herself a public figure, a working writer who supported herself and her children by her pen. Chopin and Sand met on October 24, 1836, in the salon of the Countess Marie de Goul, who was herself the mistress of Franz Liszt. According to some accounts, Chopin was initially repulsed. He reportedly asked Liszt, "Is she really a woman?" Sand, for her part, was intrigued. She wrote to a mutual friend asking if Chopin was still engaged to his former pupil, Maria Wodzinska. If so, she would back off. But the engagement had already dissolved, and within 2 years, Chopin and Sand had become lovers. It was an unlikely match: the reserved, fastidious Polish aristocrat and the bold, unconventional Frenchwoman. But something in each of them answered something in the other. Sand saw in Chopin a genius who needed nurturing. Chopin saw in Sand a force of nature, a protector, someone who could manage the practical world while he devoted himself to music. To celebrate their union, Sand proposed a winter in the Mediterranean. Her son Maurice was recovering from rheumatism. Chopin's lungs were struggling. The warm air of Mallorca, she believed, would heal them all. It was a catastrophic miscalculation. Sand would later describe the Mallorca journey in her book Un hivern a Majorque, A Winter in Mallorca. It is a remarkable document, part travelogue, part polemic, part love letter to the landscape and bitter denunciation of its inhabitants. Sand's gift for prose served her well in capturing both the beauty of the island and the horror of what she and Chopin endured there: time and wounds. But at the moment of departure, all was optimism. They were escaping Paris, escaping winter, escaping the constraints of conventional society. They were beginning an adventure. The journey itself was arduous. They travelled by stagecoach to Lyon, then down the Rhône River by steamboat to Avignon. From there, they continued to the Mediterranean port of Perpignan, then crossed into Spain and made their way to Barcelona. From Barcelona, they took a small packet boat across the Mediterranean to Mallorca. The crossing was rough. Chopin was seasick, weakened, miserable. Sand did her best to care for him and keep the children calm. By the time they arrived in Palma, Chopin was exhausted. But the sun was shining, the air was warm, and they allowed themselves to hope. The party arrived on November 8, 1838. Chopin, Sand, her son Maurice, age 15, and her daughter Solange, age 10. They had brought a servant, a mountain of luggage, and optimistic expectations. At first, everything seemed promising. They rented a villa called Son Vent, the Windhouse, at the foot of the mountains outside Palma. The weather was warm, Chopin explored the island and wrote enthusiastic letters to friends in Paris. "The sky is like turquoise," he wrote, "the sea like lapis lazuli, the mountains like emeralds, the air is just what I need." He wandered through olive groves and almond orchards, marvelling at the landscape. He felt stronger than he had in months. Perhaps the doctors had been right. Perhaps this was what he needed. Sand was equally enchanted. She explored the local villages, observed the customs of the Majorcan peasants, began gathering material for the book she would later write. The children played in the gardens. For a few brief weeks it seemed that they had found paradise. Then the rains began. By early December, the sunny Mallorca of travel brochures had become a cold, damp nightmare. The rains were incessant. The villa, charming in good weather, had no heating and poor drainage. Moisture seeped through the walls. On December 3rd, Chopin wrote to a friend, "I have been ill for the last 2 days like a dog." Word of Chopin's condition spread through the local community. The residents of Parma understood what his coughing meant: consumption. In an era before antibiotics, tuberculosis was both deadly and contagious. The people who had been happy to rent lodgings to Parisian tourists wanted nothing to do with a dying man. The landlord of Sonvent demanded that they leave immediately. Worse, he demanded payment for everything Chopin had touched: furniture, bedding, dishes, which would need to be burned. Sand was furious. She wrote blistering accounts of Majorcan, cruelty and ignorance. But the family had no choice. In the midst of winter, with Chopin increasingly ill, they needed somewhere to go. The situation was desperate. They had come to Mallorca seeking health and peace. Instead, they found themselves outcasts, rejected by the local population, stranded without shelter. Chopin was growing weaker by the day. The children were frightened and miserable. Sand was at the end of her rope. It was at this moment of crisis that they learned of a possibility. The former Carthusian monastery at Valdemossa, high in the mountains above Parma, had cells available for rent. The monastery had been secularized in 1835 when the Spanish government dissolved the monastic orders. The former monks' quarters were now used as summer residences by local families, but in winter they stood empty. They found shelter in the Real Cartuja de Valdemossa, a Carthusian monastery that had been secularized 3 years earlier. The former monks' cells were available for rent, and the authorities were less particular about their tenants' health. The cells were cold, damp, and largely unfurnished. The village of Valdemossa was remote, accessible only by rough mountain roads. Supplies were difficult to obtain, and Chopin's condition was worsening by the day. The monastery itself was beautiful. There is no denying that. The cloisters, the gardens, the views over the valley below, all were magnificent. Sand, who had an artist's eye for landscape, described the setting in rapturous terms, but beauty cannot heat a room, and the cold was relentless. They occupied cells 2 and 4 of the former monastery, connected by a small garden. The rooms had thick stone walls, once a blessing for monks seeking contemplative silence, now a curse for a consumptive trying to stay warm. There was no glass in the windows, only wooden shutters that let in draughts and rain. Sand set about making the cells habitable. She hung curtains, arranged furniture, created a semblance of domestic order. But the fundamental problems remained: cold, damp, isolation. Chopin huddled in his cell, coughing, composing when he could, suffering always. Sand later described the months at Valdemossa as a nightmare. The rain fell in torrents, she wrote. The monks' cells were open to all the winds of heaven. The only heating was a small iron stove that made us cough more than it warmed us. Chopin was confined to his cell, too weak to venture out. his coughs echoing off the stone walls. The locals avoided them. They believed that my companion was a consumptive, Sand wrote, which in their primitive minds was equivalent to being a plague victim. No one would transport them, no one would serve them. They were pariahs. The isolation was complete. The local peasants would not sell them food directly. Transactions had to be conducted through intermediaries. The local doctors would not treat Chopin. They feared contamination. Even the donkeys that might have carried supplies up the mountain were withheld, their owners afraid that the animals might be infected. Sand, who had travelled the world, who had known the salons of Paris and the courts of Europe, found herself reduced to the most primitive conditions. She cooked on a makeshift stove. She nursed Chopin through fevers and hemorrhages. She kept the children occupied and educated despite the chaos. She maintained somehow the discipline to continue her own writing. Her accounts of this period are remarkable documents. They reveal a woman of extraordinary resilience, but also of considerable anger. She never forgave the Majorcans for their cruelty. Her book about the experience is a mixture of travel writing and invective, lyrical descriptions of the landscape interspersed with bitter denunciations of the people who inhabited it. Whether her criticisms were fair is debatable. The Majorcans had legitimate fears about tuberculosis, a disease that was indeed contagious and for which there was no cure. Their caution, however excessive, was not irrational. But Sand, watching the man she loved suffer and be rejected, was in no mood for understanding. And yet, despite everything, or perhaps because of it, Chopin composed. He had brought no piano from Paris. For weeks he worked on a small rented instrument of poor quality. Then, in January, his own Pleyel piano finally arrived, having spent weeks in customs while officials debated import duties. On that piano, in that cold stone cell, with the rain falling and his lungs failing, Chopin completed the 24 preludes. The preludes are among the most extraordinary works in the piano literature. Brief, some only a minute long, they cycle through all 24 major and minor keys. Each is a complete world. The fourth prelude, in E minor, is often called the suffocation prelude, a slowly descending melody over obsessively repeated chords, like the last breaths of a dying man. The 15th prelude, the raindrop, is said to have been composed during a storm while Sand was travelling. The repeated A-flat note suggests water dripping endlessly. Whether or not these programmatic interpretations are accurate, the preludes undeniably carry the weight of that terrible winter. They are dark, introspective, at times despairing. They are the sound of a man confronting his own mortality. But they are also the sound of defiance. To compose at all under those circumstances was an act of will. To compose works of such concentrated beauty was something approaching heroism. The stone walls of Valdemossa, the hostility of the locals, the rattling cough that would not stop. None of it silenced him. The music continued. Chopin's letters from this period reveal his state of mind. "I dream of music," he wrote, "but I cannot write anything because here there are no pianos." And then, when the piano finally arrived, "Now I have music. At last I have music." The instrument was his lifeline, his connection to everything that mattered. Sand later wrote that watching Chopin compose was like watching a man possessed. He would play the same passage over and over, varying it slightly each time until something clicked. Then he would rush to the manuscript paper, afraid of losing what he had found. His handwriting on the Majorca manuscripts is cramped and hurried, the writing of someone racing against time. The preludes were not the only works completed during the Majorca winter. He also worked on the second ballade and the third scherzo, but the preludes remain the most complete expression of that period. a cycle of miniatures that range from the achingly beautiful to the almost unbearably bleak. On February 11th, 1839, the party finally left Mallorca. The departure was as miserable as the stay. No one in Valdemossa would agree to transport them. They had to hire a cart from a distant village. The journey to Palma took hours over terrible roads. Chopin hemorrhaged blood during the trip, a terrifying sign of how far the disease had advanced. When they reached Barcelona, they burned or threw away nearly everything they had brought. The locals insisted, and Sand no longer had the energy to fight. Chopin's bed, his linens, his clothes from the island, all were destroyed for fear of contagion. They returned to France by ship. Chopin was so weak he could barely stand. A French naval physician who happened to be on board took charge of his care. "One more hemorrhage," the doctor reportedly said, "and he would have died on the crossing." The ship stopped at Barcelona, where Chopin was examined by a doctor who specialized in lung diseases. The diagnosis was blunt. Chopin's lungs were severely compromised. He might live for years, or he might die within months. There was no way to predict the course of the disease. From Barcelona, they sailed along the coast to Marseille. The sea was rough, and Chopin suffered terribly, but he survived. He arrived in Marseille weak, wasted, but alive. In Marseille, they rested for several months. The climate was gentler than Mallorca, the accommodations were comfortable, and slowly, very slowly, Chopin began to recover. He never regained full strength. The Mallorca winter had permanently damaged his lungs, but he stabilized, enough to travel, to return to Paris to resume his life. But he did not die. Not yet. And ahead of him lay nearly a decade more of music. In May of 1839, Chopin and Sand arrived at Nohant, Sand's country estate in the Berry region of central France. It was here, in the following years, that Chopin would find something approaching peace. The contrast with Majorca could not have been greater. Nohant was comfortable, familiar, safe. Sand had grown up here. She knew every corner of the house, every path through the gardens. For Chopin, it became a second home, the only stable domestic life he had known since leaving Warsaw. The house itself was substantial but not grand. A country manor with thick walls and tall windows surrounded by gardens that gave way to farmland and woods. There was a music room with a good piano where Chopin could work undisturbed. There was a routine, meals at regular hours, walks in the afternoon, quiet evenings by the fire. Sand had inherited Nohant from her grandmother, and it was the one place where she felt truly at home. Each summer, from 1839 to 1846, Chopin would join her there, composing, teaching her children, recovering what strength he could. He missed only the summer of 1840, when illness kept him in Paris. The years at Nohant were Chopin's most productive. He composed the second and third ballads. He wrote some of his greatest nocturnes, the Polonaise Fantaisie, the Berceuse, the Barcarolle, works that pushed the boundaries of what the piano could express, all came from these summer months in the French countryside. The Berceuse, a lullaby, is built on a single hypnotic bass pattern that repeats throughout the entire piece, while the right hand spins increasingly elaborate variations. It is music of extraordinary delicacy, music that seems to float above the ground, music that could indeed lull a child to sleep, or an adult for that matter. Chopin composed it at Nohant in 1844, during one of his most productive summers. The Barcarolle from 1846 evokes the songs of Venetian gondoliers, the gentle rocking motion of a boat on water, the play of light on waves, the sense of drifting through a dream. It is one of Chopin's most sensuous works, full of rich harmonies and yearning melodies. Some have heard in it the warmth of his relationship with Sand at its best. two people moving together through life, in harmony, at peace. The Polonaise Fantaisie, also from 1846, is a more complex work. Part Polonaise, part fantasy, part meditation on what it means to be Polish in exile. It wanders through keys and moods, never quite settling, always searching. Some pianists consider it Chopin's most forward-looking work, anticipating developments in harmony and form that would not become common until decades later. Sand managed his life with maternal efficiency. She arranged his schedule, protected him from unwanted visitors, made sure he rested. She called him her third child, a description that reveals both the tenderness and the imbalance of their relationship. For his part, Chopin taught Sand's children piano, played cards with the household and worked. Always he worked. The music poured out of him even as his body failed. The household at Nohant was lively. Sand's children, Maurice and Solange, were growing up. Friends came to visit for weeks at a time. There were theatrical performances, amateur dramatics in which the household participated. Chopin sometimes played the piano for these entertainments, providing incidental music for the plays they staged. But his days followed a pattern. He rose late, his health did not permit early rising, and spent the mornings at the piano. He would work until lunch, then rest, then perhaps walk in the gardens if he felt strong enough. In the evenings he might play for the assembled company, improvising on themes suggested by the guests, demonstrating his latest compositions. Visitors to Nohant left accounts of these musical evenings. They described Chopin playing in the candlelight, his face pale, his hands moving with uncanny precision over the keys. They described the silence that fell over the room, the sense that something sacred was happening. Even casual listeners understood that they were in the presence of genius. One visitor wrote, "Chopin played for us after dinner. I cannot describe what I felt. It was as if he were not playing the piano at all, but speaking directly to my soul in a language I had never heard before, but somehow understood perfectly." These summers at Nohant were an island of stability, in a life increasingly marked by illness. Here, Chopin could work without the exhausting demands of Paris, the teaching, the social obligations, the endless carriage rides across the city. Here, he could breathe. But all things end. The relationship between Chopin and Sand did not end with a single dramatic rupture. It frayed slowly over years as illness, family conflicts, and fundamental incompatibilities took their toll. Sand was a restless spirit. She needed activity, engagement, conflict. Chopin was increasingly fragile, both physically and emotionally. He needed quiet, routine, protection from disturbance. As the years passed, these needs became harder to reconcile. Sand's children complicated matters. Maurice, her son, had never liked Chopin. He resented the presence of this frail foreigner who claimed so much of his mother's attention. Solange, her daughter, was more sympathetic to Chopin, which created its own problems as mother and daughter had a difficult relationship. In 1847, the tensions exploded. The catalyst was Solange's marriage. Now 17, she had grown into a beautiful and willful young woman, much like her mother in fact. She attracted the attention of Auguste Clezinger, a sculptor who was handsome, charming, and deeply untrustworthy. Sand saw through Clezinger immediately. She recognized him as a fortune hunter, a man of volatile temperament who would make her daughter miserable. She forbade the match. But Solange, perhaps precisely because her mother opposed it, was determined to proceed. Chopin found himself caught in the middle. He liked Solange, had always liked her better than the hostile Maurice. and he was reluctant to interfere in what he saw as a private family matter. When Sand demanded that he condemn Clesinger, he declined. It was a fateful decision. Solange announced her engagement to Auguste Clesinger, a sculptor of talent and terrible character. Sand opposed the match. Chopin quietly supported Solange's choice. When the marriage happened anyway and quickly descended into scandal, Clesinger demanded money. There were physical altercations at Nohant. The newlyweds were essentially exiled. Sand blamed Chopin for having sided with her daughter. She believed that Chopin was in love with Solange. There is no evidence that this was true, but Sand's jealousy was ferocious. She wrote to Chopin demanding that if he wished to remain in her life, he must never mention Solange's name again. Chopin could not accept this condition. He had watched Solange grow from a child into a young woman. He had taught her piano, played games with her, been a quiet presence in her life for nearly a decade. Whatever Sand believed about his feelings, he could not simply pretend that Solange did not exist. The demand was impossible. The final exchange of letters was painful. Sand accused Chopin of betrayal, of disloyalty, of putting her daughter before her. Chopin responded with wounded dignity, insisting that he had done nothing wrong. Neither would yield. The relationship that had sustained him for 9 years was over. On July 28, 1847, Sand wrote her final letter to him. "Goodbye, my friend." The brevity of the farewell was devastating. After everything they had shared, the years at Nohant, the terrible winter in Mallorca, the music he had composed in her presence, it came down to 3 words. Goodbye, my friend. Not lover, not beloved, friend. They had been together for 9 years. They would see each other only once more, a chance encounter in March of 1848 in the stairway of a friend's house. They exchanged a few words. Sand asked about his health. Chopin replied that he was well. He was not well. He was dying. The break with Sand left Chopin devastated. She had been more than a lover. She had been a caretaker, a protector, a manager of his fragile existence. Without her, he was adrift. Friends noticed the change immediately. He became withdrawn, melancholy. He composed almost nothing in the months following the separation. The creative energy that had sustained him through years of illness seemed to have deserted him. His health, already precarious, deteriorated further. The coughs came more frequently. The fevers returned. He lost weight he could not afford to lose. By the autumn of 1847 he was visibly wasting away. And yet, even in this state, he continued to maintain his social position. He dressed impeccably. He attended salons when his health permitted. He kept up appearances with a determination that bordered on the heroic. The romantic ideal of the dying artist was something he embodied without quite believing in it. In February of 1848, revolution swept across Europe. In Paris, King Louis-Philippe abdicated and fled. The Second Republic was proclaimed. The political world that Chopin had known was collapsing. The revolutions of 1848, what historians would later call the springtime of the peoples, touched nearly every country in Europe. In France, the July monarchy gave way to the Second Republic. In the German states, in the Italian states, in the Habsburg Empire, citizens rose up demanding constitutional government, national unity, liberal reforms. For Polish exiles like Chopin, the revolutions offered a tantalizing hope. Perhaps, finally, Poland would be restored. Perhaps the European powers would recognize Polish independence. Perhaps the long exile would come to an end. But the hope was short-lived. The revolutions were crushed one by one. By 1849, the old order had been restored across Europe. Poland remained partitioned. The exiles remained exiles. With Paris in turmoil and his health in decline, Chopin made an unlikely decision. He would undertake a concert tour of Britain. The tour was organised by his devoted Scottish student Jane Stirling, who hoped that success abroad might restore both his spirits and his finances. Chopin's expenses had always been high, and with the disruption of the revolution, his teaching income had collapsed. He arrived in London in April of 1848. Over the following months he performed in London, Manchester, Glasgow and Edinburgh. He played for Queen Victoria at Buckingham Palace. He was celebrated, feted, exhausted. The British tour was a series of triumphs and agonies. The English aristocracy welcomed Chopin with open arms. He gave recitals in the finest houses, met the leading figures of British society, was presented at court. By the standards of the day, he was an enormous success. But behind the scenes, he was falling apart. The British climate, wet, cold, foggy, was devastating to his lungs. He caught cold after cold, each one weakening him further. He could not sleep. He could not eat. He was consuming himself, burning through whatever reserves of strength remained. His letters from this period are heartbreaking. To his family in Warsaw he tried to maintain an optimistic tone, but to close friends he was honest about his condition. "I am nearer the coffin than the altar," he wrote to one correspondent. "I feel weaker day by day." The performances continued despite everything. Chopin was a professional. He honoured his commitments, but those who attended his concerts noted the change. Where once he had played with fire and passion, now there was only a fragile beauty, a whisper of what had been. "I can scarcely breathe," he wrote in a letter. "I am ready to give up the ghost." The damp British climate was devastating to his lungs. The travel drained what little strength remained. Between concerts he was barely able to stand. He would arrive at the piano, pale and trembling, play his programme and collapse backstage. The reviews were warm, but Chopin himself knew the truth. His playing had lost its power. The fingers that had once floated effortlessly over the keys now struggled. The tone was thin, the phrasing uncertain. He was a ghost performing the memory of music. He returned to Paris in November of 1848, weighing less than 90 pounds. The British tour had been, in one sense, a success. He had been celebrated, admired, received in the highest circles. But it had cost him dearly. The small reserve of strength he had brought with him was exhausted. He returned to Paris knowing that he would never perform publicly again. His final public concert had been in London on November 16, 1848, a benefit for Polish refugees at the Guildhall. He was so weak that he had to be carried to the piano. He played for the last time before an audience, and then he was done. Jane Stirling, his devoted student and the organiser of the British tour, remained hopeful. She believed, or wanted to believe, that Chopin might recover, that he might return to Scotland and make a new life there. Some have speculated that she hoped to marry him. But Chopin had no such illusions. He knew what was happening to his body. In a letter to a friend he wrote, "I have never cursed anyone, but now I am so weary of life that I am near to cursing. I feel that I am useless to anyone and to myself." The year 1849 began with Chopin confined largely to his apartment. He could no longer teach. The effort of speaking was too great. He could no longer compose. The concentration required was beyond him. He could barely play. Friends visited constantly, bringing flowers, books, gossip from the outside world. The pianist and composer Delfina Potocka, one of his oldest friends and perhaps a former lover, came to sing for him when he was too weak to leave his bed. The visitors who saw him in these final months were shocked by his appearance. The elegant, fastidious Chopin, who had always dressed impeccably, who had always maintained an air of refinement, was now a shadow. His clothes hung loose on his wasted frame. His eyes, always large, seemed enormous in his hollowed face. He looked, as one visitor put it, like a beautiful ghost. And yet his mind remained sharp. He could no longer play, but he could listen. He asked visitors to bring him music, to describe concerts they had attended, to keep him connected to the world he could no longer participate in. He maintained his interest in everything: politics, literature, the gossip of the salons. The disease had claimed his body, but not yet his spirit. His apartment became a kind of salon in itself, a gathering place where friends came to pay their respects, to share news, to simply sit in his presence. The dying Chopin, confined to his bed, presided over these gatherings with the same quiet grace he had always shown. In June, Chopin's sister Ludwika arrived from Poland. She had not seen her brother in years. The change in him must have been shocking. The brilliant young man she remembered reduced to a skeletal figure, barely able to speak above a whisper. She stayed with him for the remaining months of his life, providing the family presence he had lacked since leaving Warsaw 19 years earlier. Ludwika's presence was a comfort that words could not express. She spoke Polish to him, his first language, the language of his childhood, the language he had not heard daily since leaving Warsaw. She reminded him of home, of family, of the world he had left behind. In her presence, he was not a dying celebrity in a foreign city. He was Frederick, her little brother. She brought news from Poland, from their mother, from friends and relatives he had not seen in decades. She described how Warsaw had changed, how their old neighbourhood had been transformed, how their mother was managing despite her own advancing age. For Chopin, confined to his apartment, these reports were windows into a world he would never see again. They talked about their childhood, about their father, about the summers in the countryside. They talked about music, about Poland, about the future he would not live to see. Ludwika kept vigil, bearing witness, providing comfort. It was the most important thing anyone could do. In September, Chopin moved to a new apartment, a sunny suite at his 12 Place Vendôme, in one of the finest buildings in Paris. Friends paid for it, knowing that he would never be able to repay them, knowing that what they were providing was a dignified place to die. The apartment had large windows looking out over the Place Vendôme, with its famous column commemorating Napoleon's victories. Chopin could see the monument from his bed. He could hear the sounds of the city he had loved for 18 years. By October, he could no longer leave the bed at all. The doctors came and went. There was nothing they could do. Tuberculosis in 1849 was a death sentence. The treatments of the era, rest, fresh air, tonics, laudanum for the pain, could ease suffering, but could not cure. Chopin knew this. Everyone knew this. Friends came in shifts to sit with him. They read to him, talked to him, simply sat in silence when he was too weak for conversation. The apartment on the Place Vendôme became a kind of shrine, a gathering place for those who loved him and wanted to say goodbye. The Countess Potocka came again and sang Polish songs, the music of his childhood. He asked his friend Auguste Franchomme to play cello. He asked for Beethoven, for Mozart. On October 15th, his condition sharply worsened. A priest was called to administer last rites. Chopin received the sacrament calmly, confessing his sins, accepting the blessing. He lingered 2 more days. On the night of October 16th, the Countess Potocka visited him. Chopin asked if she would sing. With what? She asked. There was no piano in the sick room. A piano was brought from the salon. Potocka sang an aria by Bellini. Chopin's beloved composer of operatic melody. Then she sang a hymn to the Virgin Mary. Tears ran down Chopin's face. It was the last music he ever heard. The scene has been described many times by many witnesses, each adding their own details, their own interpretations. Some accounts are surely embellished. Memory is imperfect, and the death of a genius invites myth-making. But the essential facts are not in doubt. On the night before he died, Chopin asked for music, and music was brought to him. It was fitting. Music had been his life, his identity, his reason for being. From the age of 4, when he first touched a piano, to this final night at 39, music had been the constant. Everything else, love, health, country, had been taken from him, but the music remained. And now, as the music filled the room, as Potocka's voice rose above the gentle piano, accompaniment, Chopin wept. Not from sadness necessarily, perhaps from gratitude, perhaps from the simple, overwhelming beauty of sound, perhaps from the knowledge that this was goodbye, not just to life, but to the art that had given his life meaning. In the early hours of October 17, 1849, Chopin's physician, Dr. Jean Cuvelier, was summoned to the apartment. The end was clearly near. According to those present, Chopin was peaceful in his final hours. He had suffered terribly, but the suffering was nearly over. His sister Ludwika held his hand. Friends gathered in the adjoining rooms, speaking in whispers. At some point in the night, Chopin spoke his last recorded words. "The earth is suffocating," he whispered. "Swear that you will make them cut me open, so that I will not be buried alive." The fear of premature burial was common in the 19th century, not unreasonably given the limits of medical technology. But Chopin's words also carried a deeper resonance. The earth is suffocating. For 11 years his lungs had been suffocating, unable to draw enough breath to sustain life. Now that suffocation was nearly complete. At 2 o'clock in the morning of October 17, 1849, Frédéric Chopin died. He was 39 years old. Dr. Cuvelier confirmed the death in the traditional manner, by holding a mirror to the patient's lips to check for breath, and by illuminating the pupils with a candle to check for response. There was neither. The death certificate listed the cause as tuberculosis of the lungs and larynx. The news of Chopin's death spread quickly through Paris and then across Europe. Newspapers printed obituaries, friends wrote letters of condolence. The musical world mourned one of its brightest lights. Franz Liszt, who had been Chopin's friend and rival for nearly 2 decades, was devastated. He would later write a biography of Chopin, a florid, romantic account that captured the legend, if not always the facts. But the grief was genuine. They had disagreed about music, about performance, about almost everything. But Liszt had recognized Chopin's genius from the beginning. Hector Berlioz wrote, "Chopin was dying all his life, but while he lived, what sounds he drew from the piano." Delacroix, who had been closer to Chopin than perhaps any other artist, wrote in his journal, "What a loss! What miserable rogues fill the marketplace while that beautiful soul is extinguished." Per Chopin's last wish, Cuvelier performed an autopsy. What he found confirmed what everyone had known for years. Chopin's lungs were devastated by tuberculosis. The left lung was nearly destroyed, the right was severely compromised. It was remarkable that he had survived as long as he had. But the autopsy had another purpose, one that Chopin had specifically requested. "I want my heart to go home," Chopin had told his sister. His body would be buried in Paris, the city that had been his home for 18 years, but his heart would return to Poland. Cruvelier carefully removed the heart and placed it in a crystal urn. The urn was then filled with alcohol, probably cognac, to preserve the tissue. The container was sealed with wax. 2 months later, in January of 1850, Ludwika Jędrzejewicz departed Paris to return to her family in Poland. Hidden beneath her travelling cloak was the small oak casket containing her brother's heart. The journey was not simple. Poland was partitioned between Russia, Prussia and Austria. Border crossings were complicated, suspicious. The Russian authorities in particular were vigilant against anything that might arouse Polish national sentiment, and the heart of a famous Polish exile was precisely such a symbol. But Ludwika succeeded. Past Austrian customs, past Russian border agents, she smuggled her brother's heart into Poland. For the next 3 decades, the heart was kept privately, its location known only to the family. Finally, in 1882, it was immured in a pillar of the Holy Cross Church in Warsaw, the church where Chopin had attended Mass as a child, where his father had served on the parish council. For decades under Russian rule, the heart was the only public monument to Chopin that the authorities would allow. It became a focus of covert nationalist devotion, a symbol of the Poland that survived only in memory and music. Chopin's funeral took place on October 30th, 1849, at the Church of the Madeleine in Paris. 3,000 people attended. The Church of the Madeleine was one of the grandest in Paris, a neoclassical temple with Corinthian columns, modelled on ancient Roman architecture. It was the church of high society, the place where the elite came to worship. For Chopin, who had spent his life among the aristocracy, it was the fitting final venue. The wait for the funeral, 13 days after his death, was not unusual for the era. Time was needed to organise a service of this scale, to assemble the musicians, to notify friends and acquaintances across Europe. But there was another reason for the delay. The Madeleine initially refused to allow women to sing in the choir, and Chopin had specifically requested female voices for the Mozart Requiem. After much negotiation, the church relented. Women would sing hidden behind a black curtain so that they could not be seen by the congregation. It was a compromise that satisfied no one fully, but it allowed the service to proceed. Per his explicit request, Mozart's Requiem was performed, the same Requiem that Mozart himself had left unfinished at his death. The Madeleine's organ was not powerful enough for the occasion, so a curtain was erected across the entrance to reduce the acoustic space. Behind that curtain, the great singers of the Paris Opera performed the solos. Chopin had specifically requested the Mozart Requiem because of its significance. Mozart too had died young, leaving a legacy of extraordinary music. Mozart too had been taken before his time. In choosing the Requiem, Chopin was placing himself in a lineage of genius cut short, not out of vanity, but out of a deep identification with his predecessor. The orchestra included some of the finest musicians in Paris. The soloists were stars of the opera. The mourners included the most distinguished figures in French cultural life. It was a funeral befitting a man who had transformed the piano into a vehicle for poetry. Also performed were 2 of Chopin's own preludes, the 4th and 6th from Opus 28, orchestrated for the occasion. His music would be heard at his own funeral. The poetry of the piano would speak one last time on his behalf. At the graveside in Père Lachaise Cemetery, Chopin's own funeral march, the 3rd movement of his Piano Sonata No. 2 in B-flat minor, was played on wind instruments. It was the music he had written himself for such moments, and it accompanied him into the earth. The Polish soil that friends had given him when he left Warsaw 19 years earlier was scattered on the coffin. His body rested in French earth, but Polish earth covered it. The grave was marked with a statue of Euterpe, the muse of music, weeping over a broken lyre. It was designed by August Clesinger, the very man whose marriage to Solange had precipitated Chopin's break with George Sand. The irony was not lost on those who knew the history, but Clesinger was a talented sculptor, and the monument is beautiful. The grave in Père Lachaise became, and remains, a place of pilgrimage. Visitors come from around the world to leave flowers, to pay their respects, to stand in the presence of genius. The cemetery itself is a city of the dead, with elaborate tombs and monuments lining its winding paths. Chopin's grave is among the most visited. George Sand did not attend the funeral. She had not been invited, and it is unclear whether she would have come if she had been. In her later writings she rarely mentioned Chopin, and then only in passing. The great love of her middle years had become a silence. Some have speculated about her feelings in those days after Chopin's death. Did she regret the harshness of their parting? Did she grieve privately for the man she had once called her third child? We cannot know. Sand was a prolific writer who documented much of her life, but on this subject she was largely silent. What we do know is that she lived another 27 years, continuing to write, continuing to hold court at Nohant, continuing to be one of the most famous women in France. She died in 1876, having outlived Chopin by more than a quarter century. By then, his reputation had grown to proportions he could never have imagined during his lifetime. Within years of his death, Chopin's music had become a central pillar of the piano repertoire. His students spread his teachings across Europe. His works were published and republished in increasingly elaborate editions. Pianists competed to perform his nocturnes, his waltzes, his etudes. The Romantic generation that had known him in person gave way to new generations that knew him only through his notes on the page. The teaching lineage proved especially important. Chopin's students became teachers themselves, passing along his methods, his insights, his particular approach to the instrument. Karol Mikuli taught in Lviv. His students included several who would become important pedagogues in their own right. Princess Czartoryska performed and taught in Paris, maintaining the Chopin tradition in the city where he had made his name. Through these chains of transmission, something of Chopin's actual sound, not just his notes but his style of playing, survived into the 20th century. Early recordings by pianists who had studied with Chopin's students give us some sense of how the music might have sounded in the composer's own hands. The tempos are often freer than we might expect. The rubato is more pronounced. There is a quality of spontaneity, of improvisation, that later generations of pianists would sometimes lose. The published editions of Chopin's music present their own challenges. Chopin was meticulous about his scores, but he often made changes when teaching, suggesting different fingerings, altering dynamics, adding ornaments. His students' copies preserve some of these variations, but reconciling them into a single authoritative text is nearly impossible. Every modern edition is, to some extent, an interpretation. The music proved remarkably durable. Where other Romantic composers faded from fashion, Chopin remained. The intimacy that had limited his constant appearances during his lifetime became, in the age of recordings, a strength. His music worked in small spaces, living rooms, bedrooms, headphones. It did not need a concert hall to breathe. And there was something else. Chopin's music seemed to speak to fundamental human experiences in a way that transcended its historical moment. The nocturnes, written for Parisian salons of the 1830s, became the soundtrack for Lovers a Century and a Half Later. The preludes, composed in a cold monastery on Majorca, became touchstones for anyone confronting mortality. The music carried grief, tenderness, longing, resolution. It carried them without words, without explanation. You did not need to know that Chopin was dying when he wrote a particular piece to feel what the piece contained. This universality is perhaps Chopin's greatest achievement. He wrote from a specific place, a specific time, a specific set of experiences: Polish exile, Parisian sophistication, romantic love, terminal illness. But the music he created speaks to experiences that are universal: loss, love, the passage of time, the beauty of the world, the approach of death. We listen to the nocturnes and we hear our own losses, our own loves, our own mortality. The music becomes a mirror, reflecting back to us what we bring to it. This is why Chopin's music remains powerful nearly 2 centuries after his death. It is not museum music, preserved but lifeless. It is living music, speaking to each generation in terms that generation can understand. Consider how the music has been used in the 2 centuries since Chopin's death. It has been played at weddings and funerals, in concert halls and living rooms, in films and television shows. It has been used to sell products and to accompany meditation. It has been arranged for orchestra, for guitar, for synthesizer. It has been sampled and remixed and reimagined. Through all these transformations, the essential quality of the music remains. The melodies are still haunting. The harmonies are still moving. The emotional content, whatever we choose to call it, still speaks to listeners. Chopin's music has proved remarkably adaptable, remarkably resilient, remarkably alive. The specific circumstances of Chopin's life, the exile, the illness, the love affair with George Sand, these provide context, depth, understanding. But they are not necessary. The music works even for listeners who know nothing of the biography. It works because it speaks to something deeper than biography, something more fundamental than history. The heart in the Holy Cross Church became, over time, a shrine. When Poland finally regained independence in 1918, the heart became a symbol of national continuity. Proof that Poland had survived partition, that its culture had endured, that its greatest composer had never truly left. The newly independent Poland embraced Chopin as a national hero. His music was played at official ceremonies. His image appeared on currency and postage stamps. The anniversary of his birth became a national holiday. The Chopin competition, the International Chopin Piano Competition, was established in 1927, bringing pianists from around the world to Warsaw to compete in performing his music. The competition became one of the most prestigious events in the classical music world. Winners included Martha Argerich, Maurizio Pollini, Christian Zimmermann, some of the greatest pianists of the 20th century. To win the Chopin competition was to join an elite company, to be recognized as one of the finest interpreters of the composer's music. And at the center of all this activity, the competitions, the concerts, the pilgrimages, was the heart in the Holy Cross Church. The physical Chopin, or what remained of him, anchored the cultural Chopin. The heart was proof that he was real, that he had lived and suffered and died, that he was not merely a legend but a man. Then came the Second World War. In August of 1944, the Warsaw Uprising began. Polish resistance fighters attempted to liberate the city from Nazi occupation. The fighting was brutal. Building by building, street by street, the Germans destroyed the city. The Holy Cross Church was caught in the combat. It was damaged, then occupied by Nazi forces, who used its tower as a defensive position. A German priest serving with the occupying forces, his name was Schulze, understood what was at stake. He requested permission from his superiors to remove Chopin's heart for safekeeping. Remarkably, permission was granted. The story of the heart's rescue is itself remarkable. In the midst of one of the most brutal urban battles of the war, with Warsaw being systematically destroyed, a German chaplain took the time to protect the heart of a Polish composer. It was an act of cultural preservation that transcended the terrible logic of the war. Schulze took the heart and kept it safe through the final months of the conflict. When the war ended and Warsaw lay in ruins, 80% of the city had been destroyed. The heart was one of the few treasures that had survived intact. The reconstruction of Warsaw after the war was itself a massive undertaking. The old town was rebuilt stone by stone, using historical paintings and photographs as guides. The Holy Cross Church was restored to its pre-war appearance, and in 1951, in a ceremony attended by government officials and cultural leaders, Chopin's heart was returned to its pillar. The heart had survived partition, world war and communist rule. It had witnessed the destruction of the city and its rebirth. It remained, as it had always been, a symbol of Polish cultural resilience, proof that some things cannot be destroyed by bombs or bullets. The inscription on the pillar comes from the Gospel of Matthew. "For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also." The heart became more than a relic. It became a symbol of Polish identity, of cultural survival, of the nation's refusal to be extinguished by partition and occupation. When Poland was not allowed to exist as a country, Chopin's heart kept the idea of Poland alive. Pilgrims came to the Holy Cross Church to pay their respects. Polish exiles around the world knew that a piece of their greatest composer had returned home. The heart was a promise that Poland would endure, that its culture would survive, that one day the nation would be reborn. Through decades of foreign rule, through the upheavals of the 20th century, the heart remained. It was a fixed point, a constant, a reminder that some things cannot be destroyed. For more than a century and a half, Chopin's heart rested undisturbed in its crystal urn. But there were concerns. The seal might have degraded, the cognac might have evaporated, the heart might be decaying, turning to dust in its hidden chamber. Some historians and scientists urged that the urn be opened and examined. Others argued that Chopin's remains should be left in peace. In 2014, the decision was made to conduct a secret examination. Late at night, when the church was closed to the public, a small group gathered. Church officials, scientists, medical experts. They removed the pillar's covering, they extracted the sealed casket, they opened it. What they found was remarkable. The heart was still submerged in liquid, cognac, or something similar. After 165 years, it was still largely preserved. The tissue had darkened but remained intact. The scientists were able to conduct a visual examination without disturbing the specimen. They found lesions on the pericardium, the sac surrounding the heart. These lesions were consistent with pericarditis, an inflammation typically caused by tuberculosis. The pattern of damage matched what would be expected from long-term TB infection, spreading from the lungs to the heart. In 2017, the findings were published in the American Journal of Medicine. The conclusion was clear. With a high degree of certainty, Chopin died from tuberculosis. The death certificate had been accurate. The romantic legend of the consumptive artist was also the clinical truth. Some researchers have speculated that Chopin might also have suffered from cystic fibrosis, which could explain his lifelong respiratory problems and some other symptoms. But the 2014 examination could not confirm or rule out this possibility. What it could confirm was the presence of TB. The heart was resealed in its urn, returned to its pillar and covered once more. It rests there still. The examination answered questions that had lingered for more than a century and a half. It confirmed what the death certificate had stated, what the doctors of 1849 had believed, but it also raised new questions about the nature of Chopin's illness, about whether he might have suffered from additional conditions about the exact mechanisms by which tuberculosis had destroyed his lungs and finally stopped his heart. Some researchers have suggested that Chopin might also have had cystic fibrosis, a genetic condition that causes chronic lung infections and digestive problems. His lifelong respiratory issues, his thin frame, his difficulty gaining weight, all could be consistent with CF, but the 2014 examination could neither confirm nor rule out this possibility. The heart, however well preserved, could not answer every question. What we know for certain is that tuberculosis was present. The lesions on the pericardium tell that story clearly. Whatever else might have contributed to Chopin's suffering, TB was undeniably part of it. The heart, having given up its secrets, was sealed once more. The scientists photographed their findings, wrote their reports, and returned the relic to its resting place. The ceremony was quiet, respectful, brief. By dawn, the heart was back in its pillar, waiting for the next century of pilgrims. The examination had lasted only a few hours, but it had bridged nearly 2 centuries. Modern science had reached across time to touch the heart of a romantic composer, and what it found was exactly what the doctors of 1849 had believed. Chopin died of tuberculosis. It would be too simple to say that tuberculosis made Chopin the composer he became. He was a genius before the disease struck, and he would have been a genius regardless. The early works, composed before he knew he was ill, or before the illness had made itself impossible to ignore, were already masterpieces. The Piano Concerto No. 1 in E minor, written when he was 20, is brilliant and assured. The Etudes of Opera 10, composed around the same time, are revolutionary. The genius was there from the beginning. What tuberculosis provided was context. It gave him a reason to turn inward, to reject the spectacular virtuosity of the concert hall, to seek an intimacy that his lungs would have demanded anyway. It gave him a deadline, a sense of urgency, a knowledge that every composition might be his last. But illness shaped how that genius expressed itself. The preference for salons over concert halls was not merely aesthetic, it was physical necessity. Chopin could not sustain the demands of large-scale public performance. His lungs could not support the projection required, so he developed a style suited to intimate spaces, subtle, nuanced, dependent on details that would be lost in a vast hall. The pianos of Chopin's era were lighter, more delicate instruments than the modern concert grand. The Pleyel pianos that Chopin preferred had a singing tone in the upper registers, a responsive action that allowed for the most subtle gradations of touch. They were ideally suited to the intimate salon, where their relatively modest volume was not a limitation but a virtue. Chopin's relationship with the Pleyel company was more than commercial. Camille Pleyel became a friend, a patron, a provider. The company gave Chopin pianos to use, arranged for instruments to be shipped to wherever he was travelling, supported his career in countless ways. In return, Chopin's endorsement helped make Pleyel the most prestigious piano manufacturer in France. This style, born of limitation, became the foundation of a new kind of piano music. Before Chopin, the piano was an instrument of power and display. Virtuosos like Liszt played to overwhelm, to dazzle, to demonstrate superhuman technical ability. Chopin showed that the piano could also whisper, suggest, imply. He showed that the softest passages could carry the deepest emotions. The nocturnes, in particular, embodied this approach. They were music for the edge of sleep, for the quiet hours when the mind turns inward. They asked the listener to come close, to lean in, to meet the music on its own terms. This is music that does not demand attention. It invites attention. And this invitation, this gentle, persistent offer of beauty, has kept listeners coming back for nearly 2 centuries. Some listeners have tried to hear tuberculosis directly in Chopin's music. They point to the breathing quality of his melodies, the way phrases rise and fall like the chest of someone struggling for air. They point to the repeated notes in pieces like the Raindrop Prelude. Obsessive, insistent, like a pulse or a dripping cough. They point to the long sighing descents in the late nocturnes, the sound, perhaps, of someone accepting the inevitable. The Raindrop Prelude, the 15th of the 24. Prelude is perhaps the most famous example. The repeated A-flat that sounds throughout the piece has been interpreted as the sound of rain falling on the roof of the monastery, or as the drip of water in the cloister, or as the beating of a heart. George Sand claimed that Chopin composed the piece during a storm while she was away, and that when she returned she found him in a kind of trance. Whether this story is accurate is uncertain. Sand was a novelist and she understood the power of a good narrative, but the music itself is undeniably evocative. The repeated note creates a sense of obsession, of something that cannot be escaped. The melody that floats above it is peaceful, resigned, beautiful. It is music of acceptance, of rain, of time, of mortality. These interpretations are speculative. We cannot know what Chopin consciously intended. We cannot know whether the patterns we perceive in his music correspond to patterns he experienced in his body. But it is undeniable that his music carries an extraordinary weight of feeling, and it is at least plausible that living with a fatal disease, knowing, for 11 years, that each composition might be his last, intensified the emotional depth of what he created. The certainty of death focuses the mind wonderfully, as Samuel Johnson observed, and Chopin had that certainty from at least his mid-20s until his death at 39. Every nocturne he composed as a dying man. Every prelude, every ballade, every mazurka, all of them are the work of someone who knew that time was running out. Perhaps this is why the music feels so urgent, so necessary, so deeply felt. It is not the idle entertainment of someone with endless years ahead. It is the testimony of a man racing against his own mortality. Consider the late nocturnes, particularly the nocturne in E major, Tone 62 number 2, one of his final works. It is music of extraordinary serenity, of acceptance, of peace. The melody floats above gently moving harmonies, unhurried, contemplative. There is no struggle here, no protest against fate, only beauty. The late works have a quality that the earlier works lack, not because they are better, necessarily, but because they are different. There is a wisdom in them, a patience, a willingness to let the music breathe. The young Chopin composed with brilliance and passion. The dying Chopin composed with depth and resignation. Both are beautiful, but there is something in the late works that only time and suffering could have taught him. The nocturne in E major opens with a simple melody that seems almost to float above the piano, unsupported by the usual accompaniment patterns. It breathes, it sighs, it meanders without hurrying. There is nothing to prove here, nothing to demonstrate, only the pure expression of feeling. Some pianists say that the late nocturnes are the hardest to play, not technically but emotionally. They require a maturity, a stillness that cannot be faked. A young pianist can play the notes, but the music eludes them. It takes a lifetime to understand what Chopin was saying in those final works. To compose such music while dying, to find tranquility in the midst of suffering, requires something more than talent. It requires a particular kind of wisdom, a particular relationship with mortality. Chopin had 11 years to make his peace with death. Perhaps, by the end, he had done so. What Chopin created was an art of intimacy. Time? Ones. In an age that celebrated the grand, the spectacular, the overwhelming, vast symphonies, enormous operas, virtuoso display, Chopin insisted on the small, the quiet, the personal. His music was for the parlour, not the concert hall. It was for the friend, not the crowd. This intimacy has proved remarkably durable. Symphonies require orchestras, operas require stage machinery, but a Chopin nocturne requires only a piano and a listener. The music scales to any space. It works in a concert hall, certainly, but it works equally well in a bedroom through headphones in the small hours of the night when you cannot sleep. It is music that meets you where you are. This adaptability is part of Chopin's genius. He composed for a specific audience, the sophisticated listeners of Parisian salons, but the music he created transcends that original context. It works in contexts he could never have imagined, in concert halls with modern amplification, through recordings played on gramophones and later on digital devices, through headphones on airplanes and in hospitals and in the bedrooms of people who have never heard the name Pleyel. The salon for which Chopin composed no longer exists. The aristocratic world that supported him is gone, but the music remains, finding new audiences in each generation, adapting to new technologies, new listening environments, new cultural contexts. The technology of music reproduction has changed dramatically since Chopin's death. He composed for live performance, for a single listener or small group, for a specific moment in time. He could never have imagined recordings, radio, streaming, headphones. He could never have imagined his music reaching millions of listeners simultaneously, or being available at the touch of a button. And yet the music has adapted remarkably well to these new technologies. The intimacy that was a feature of salon performance translates beautifully to headphones. The subtlety that would be lost in a large concert hall is preserved in high-quality recordings. The breathing quality of his melodies seems almost designed for private listening, for the experience of having music speak directly to you, without mediation. Perhaps Chopin, who valued intimacy above all, would have appreciated this. Perhaps he would have been delighted to know that his music could reach listeners in their bedrooms, in their headphones, in the quiet hours of the night. Perhaps he would have seen in streaming technology the ultimate realization of his artistic vision, music for the individual, for the solitary listener, for the person seeking beauty and solace in the dark. And this, perhaps, is why Chopin's music has become so central to the experience of relaxation, of contemplation, of sleep. The nocturnes in particular, those night pieces with their floating melodies and gentle harmonies, seem designed for the threshold of consciousness. They do not demand active listening. They invite you to drift, to let go, to sink into a state between waking and dreaming. This was not, of course, what Chopin intended. He composed for alert listeners in candlelit salons, not for sleepy listeners with wireless earbuds. But the qualities that made his music work in the salon, the subtlety, the intimacy, the absence of bombast, also make it work at bedtime. Beauty, it seems, is adaptable. Chopin lived his entire adult life in exile. He left Poland at 20 and never returned. The country he loved existed during his lifetime only as an idea, a memory, a hope, a political aspiration that would not be realized until nearly 70 years after his death. And yet his music is saturated with Poland. The mazurkas carry the rhythms of the Polish village. The polonaises carry the ceremonial pride of the Polish court. Even the nocturnes and preludes, which have no obvious national content, are shaped by a sensibility formed in Warsaw, by a childhood spent listening to folk musicians at country weddings. Chopin could not go home, so he made home portable. He carried Poland with him in his music, in the container of Polish soil that he kept throughout his life, in the heart that his sister smuggled back across hostile borders. There is something universal in this exile experience. We all carry places within us, childhood homes, beloved cities, landscapes that shaped our sense of beauty, and we all experience in some form the impossibility of return. Time exiles us from our own pasts. The places we remember no longer exist. We no longer exist as the people who knew them. Chopin's music speaks to this universal exile. The nostalgia in his melodies is not only for Poland, it is for everything we cannot go back to, everything we carry forward only in memory. This is why the music resonates so powerfully across cultures. A Japanese pianist playing a mazurka is not pretending to be Polish. She's connecting to something in the music that speaks to her own experience of longing, her own sense of distance from things she has lost. A Brazilian teenager listening to a nocturne through headphones is not thinking about 19th century Paris. He is feeling something in the music that mirrors his own inner landscape. The mazurkas, in particular, are saturated with this longing. They carry the rhythms of the Polish village, the accented second beat, the modal harmonies, the drone bass that evokes the folk musicians of the countryside. But they are not folk music. They are the memory of folk music, filtered through the consciousness of an exile who can never return. Each mazurka is a small world complete in itself. Some are bright and danceable, others are dark and introspective. Some seem to celebrate the joy of the village festival, others mourn what has been lost. Together they form a portrait of a homeland that exists only in imagination, a Poland of the mind preserved in sound. When we listen to the mazurkas, we hear Chopin remembering. We hear the ache of distance, the impossibility of return. And something in us recognizes this ache, because we have felt it too, for places, for people, for versions of ourselves that no longer exist. Tuberculosis was the defining disease of the Romantic era. It killed Keats at 25, Shelley's wife Mary at 53, Emily Bronte at 30. It shaped the imagination of an entire culture. The consumptive, pale, feverish, creative, dying young became an archetype of artistic genius. The association between tuberculosis and creativity was so strong that some romantic writers actually envied the disease. Lord Byron reportedly said that he would like to die of consumption, because then the ladies would say, "See that poor Byron, how interesting he looks in dying." The comment was meant as a joke, but it captured something real about the cultural moment. Consumption seemed to refine its victims, to burn away the gross physical body and reveal the spirit within. The pallor, the flushed cheeks, the brightness of the eyes. These symptoms of disease became markers of sensitivity, of artistic temperament, of genius. The consumptive artist was not merely sick. He was touched by something transcendent. This was, of course, nonsense. Tuberculosis did not make anyone more creative. It did not confer genius. It was a terrible disease that caused suffering and death. The romantic myth of consumption was a fantasy, a way of making sense of something senseless. Chopin embodied this archetype. He was pale, fragile, brilliant. He coughed blood in Mallorca while composing some of the most beautiful music ever written. He died at 39, leaving behind a body of work that seemed almost impossibly refined. The legend of the consumptive artist, that suffering produces genius, that early death is the price of beauty, is, of course, a dangerous fantasy. Tuberculosis was a brutal disease that killed millions of people who were not artists, whose deaths produced nothing but grief. The romantic glorification of consumption was, at best, a coping mechanism for an era that had no effective treatment. The discovery of effective antibiotics in the 20th century revealed the myth for what it was. Tuberculosis could be cured, The pale, ethereal consumptive could become a healthy, ordinary person, and when the disease no longer carried its aura of doom, the romantic associations faded. Tuberculosis became just another illness, serious certainly, but no longer touched by transcendence. For Chopin, of course, there was no cure. He lived and died in an era when tuberculosis meant a slow, inevitable decline. He watched his body waste away. He experienced the exhaustion, the hemorrhages, the progressive loss of function. He knew for more than a decade that he was going to die. And yet, there is something in the experience of living with a fatal diagnosis that concentrates the mind. There is something in the certainty of limited time that clarifies priorities. Chopin knew from at least his mid-20s that he would not live long. He knew that every composition might be his last. Did this knowledge make his music better? We cannot know, but we can observe that his music has a quality of urgency, of compressed meaning, that seems to come from someone who has no time to waste. The romantic myth of the consumptive artist is false, but it is false in the way that a metaphor is false, pointing toward a truth that it cannot quite capture. What we can say with certainty is that Chopin did not waste his illness. He did not surrender to it, did not allow it to define him entirely, did not let it silence him before his time. For 11 years he composed and taught and performed, even as the disease progressively destroyed his lungs. He worked until he could work no more. This is not to romanticize his suffering. The suffering was real, and it was terrible. But so was the art that emerged from it, and the art outlasted the suffering, as art tends to do. We listen to the nocturnes today without thinking about tuberculosis. We hear the beauty, the tenderness, the melancholy, and these qualities speak to us directly, without requiring knowledge of their origin. The music has freed itself from biography. It belongs to anyone who listens. This liberation from biography is itself a kind of triumph. Chopin's music is not merely about tuberculosis or exile or unrequited love. It is about being human. It speaks to experiences that we all share, regardless of our circumstances. The specifics of his life gave him something to say, but what he said transcends those specifics. A listener who knows nothing of Chopin's biography can be moved by a nocturne. A listener who knows everything about his biography can be moved in a different way. Both responses are valid. Both are what Chopin would have wanted. He composed not for scholars or biographers, but for listeners, for anyone willing to sit quietly and let the music speak. And yet knowing the context can deepen our appreciation. When we understand that these sounds came from a man whose lungs were failing, whose every breath was precious, whose creative time was running out, we hear something more. We hear courage, we hear defiance, we hear the human spirit refusing to be silenced. Here is one way to understand Chopin's music, as the sound of breathing. The melodies rise and fall like the chest of someone drawing breath. The phrases have the length of human exhalation. The rubato, that elastic stretching and contracting of tempo that was Chopin's signature, mimics the irregular rhythms of respiration. This breathing quality was partially a matter of influence. Chopin learned from the Italian opera singers of his time, particularly Bellini, whose melodic lines were designed for the human voice. He translated this vocal quality to the piano, making the instruments sing as voices sing. But it was also perhaps a matter of necessity. A man whose lungs are failing is acutely aware of breath. He knows what it feels like when the air will not come, when the chest tightens, when each respiration requires conscious effort. This awareness might naturally shape the music he creates. When we listen to Chopin, we are listening to music that breathes, and in following that breath, and letting our own respiration synchronize with the rise and fall of his phrases, we enter a kind of meditation. We become aware of our own lungs, our own rhythm, our own fragile hold on life. This is one reason the music works so well for relaxation and sleep. It slows us down. It brings us into our bodies. It reminds us that we, too, are breathing, and that this breathing, which we take for granted, is itself a kind of miracle. There is a meditation practice that involves focusing on the breath, simply observing the inhale and exhale, without trying to control it, without judging it, simply being present to this fundamental rhythm of life. Chopin's music invites a similar kind of attention. It asks us to be present to the rise and fall of melody, to the pulse of harmony, to the gentle breathing of musical phrase. For Chopin, breathing was never to be taken for granted. Every breath was a struggle, a reminder of the disease that was slowly destroying him. Perhaps this is why breath is so present in his music, not as a technical device, but as a fundamental element, as essential as the notes themselves. When Chopin instructed his students to play as one breathes, he was not speaking metaphorically. He was describing his own experience of music, music that rose and fell with the chest, that paused when the lungs needed rest, that flowed with the rhythm of respiration. He was teaching them to embody the music, to make it physical, to connect it to the most fundamental process of being alive. The music breathes because he could not take breathing for granted, and when we listen, we are reminded of what he knew so intimately, that breath is life, and life is fragile, and every moment of breathing is a gift. Of Frédéric Chopin, what remains? The music, obviously, more than 200 compositions, almost all for solo piano, that form a central pillar of the repertoire. Every pianist learns Chopin, every concert hall performs him. The nocturnes, the preludes, the etudes, the ballads. These are not historical curiosities. They are living presences, performed and recorded and streamed constantly around the world. The influence remains too, the countless composers and pianists who have been shaped by his example. Debussy, who continued Chopin's exploration of piano sonority. Rachmaninoff, who shared his gift for melody. Scriabin, who pushed Chopin's harmonic innovations into new territory. The entire tradition of piano music since the mid-19th century bears his stamp. The recordings remain, thousands of them by hundreds of pianists, each offering a different interpretation of his scores. Rubinstein's aristocratic elegance, Horowitz's volcanic intensity, Pollini's crystalline clarity, Zimmermann's searching introspection. Each generation produces new interpreters, new readings, new ways of hearing music that is nearly 2 centuries old. The manuscripts remain, his handwritten scores, preserved in archives and libraries, bearing the evidence of his creative struggle. The crossed-out passages, the revisions, the second thoughts, the physical artifacts of a genius at work. The body, buried in Père Lachaise cemetery in Paris, in a grave marked by a statue of Euterpe, the muse of music. Pilgrims come to leave flowers, to pay respects, to stand in the presence of what remains of the physical man. And the heart in its crystal urn, in its pillar in the Holy Cross Church in Warsaw. The journey of the heart is itself a story of love and devotion. Ludwika carried it across borders, through checkpoints, past customs officials. She risked her own safety to fulfill her brother's last wish. She understood that this was not merely a piece of tissue in a jar. It was Poland's claim on Chopin, the piece of him that would finally come home. When she delivered the heart to the Holy Cross Church, she was completing a promise made in a Parisian apartment as her brother lay dying. She was reuniting Chopin with the homeland he had loved and lost. She was giving him back to Poland in the only way she could. Chopin wanted his heart to go home. Poland was not free in his lifetime, but his heart has been there for more than 170 years, through partitions and world wars, through occupation and liberation, through communism and its collapse. His heart has witnessed the nation being reborn. There is something almost unbearably moving in this, the exile who could never return, returning after death. The heart that kept beating for Poland long after it stopped beating in his chest. And there is something moving too in the 2014 examination, the scientist opening the urn in the middle of the night, confirming what the death certificate had said 165 years earlier: tuberculosis, the disease that shaped his music, that limited his performances, that killed him at 39. The heart remembers. Even preserved in cognac, it bears the marks of what the body endured. Every year, thousands of visitors come to the Holy Cross Church in Warsaw. They stand before the pillar, read the inscription, pay their respects. Many are pianists who have spent years learning Chopin's music. Many are Poles for whom Chopin represents something essential about their national identity. Many are simply lovers of beauty who have been moved by the nocturnes and want to connect somehow with the man who made them. They come from every country, every culture. They come speaking dozens of languages, but they share this. They have heard Chopin's music, and they have been changed by it. They have experienced something that words cannot quite capture, and they want to stand in the presence of the heart that made that music possible. The pillar is modest, not a grand monument but a simple marker. The inscription is brief, and yet this is one of the most visited sites in Warsaw, a place of pilgrimage for music lovers around the world. They stand before the pillar and think about what is inside. A heart preserved in cognac, bearing the marks of tuberculosis, carrying the memory of a genius who died too young. They think about the music that Hart helped to create. They think about the exile who wanted so desperately to come home. Chopin wanted his heart to go home, and home has welcomed it. After nearly 2 centuries, he rests where he belongs, not in body, but in the part of himself that mattered most. And so we return to where we began. A heart in a crystal urn, scientists gathering in the night, the confirmation of what everyone had suspected, that the poet of the piano died as romantic poets were supposed to die, consumed by the disease that gave consumption its name. But Chopin's story is not finally about disease. It is about what can be created within limitation. It is about making intimate art in an age of spectacle. It is about carrying home within you when you cannot go home. It is about loving something, music, country, another person, even when that love offers no guarantees. The music he left behind is not music of despair. It is melancholy, yes, it is touched by loss, but it is also beautiful, and beauty is always an affirmation. To make something beautiful is to say, this matters, this deserves to exist, this is worth the effort of creation. There is a kind of hope in Chopin's music, not hope for recovery, not hope for a miracle, but hope that beauty endures, hope that what we create outlasts us, hope that our suffering is not wasted if it can be transformed into something that brings consolation to others. Every nocturne is an act of hope. Every prelude is an assertion that art matters. Every mazurka is a refusal to surrender to despair. The music says, I am dying, but I am still here. I am suffering, but I am still creating. I am in exile, but my heart knows where it belongs. Chopin spent 11 years dying of tuberculosis. He spent those same 11 years creating some of the most beautiful music ever written for the piano. The two facts are inseparable. The dying and the creating were the same life. We cannot know what Chopin would have composed if he had lived longer. We cannot know whether the late style, the increasing complexity of the Polonaise Fantaisie, the searching harmonies of the final mazurkas would have continued to develop. We cannot know what masterpieces were lost when his hands could no longer play. But perhaps that is not the right question. Perhaps the question is not what we lost, but what we have. And what we have is extraordinary. A body of work that has brought joy and solace to countless millions, that continues to be played and loved nearly 2 centuries after its creation, that speaks to something deep and universal in the human experience. The nocturnes, the preludes, the etudes, the ballades, the mazurkas, the polonaises, these are not museum pieces, they are living presences. They are played tonight somewhere in the world. They will be played tomorrow night, and the night after, and the night after that. They have become part of the fabric of human culture. At this moment, as you listen to these words, someone somewhere is playing a Chopin nocturne. A student in a practice room, working through the fingering. A professional preparing for a concert. An amateur at home, playing for the pleasure of it. A child learning what the piano can do. Somewhere in the world, at every moment, Chopin's music is being made. This is a kind of immortality, not the preservation of a body or a heart, but the endless recreation of sounds he imagined nearly 2 centuries ago. Every time someone plays a nocturne, Chopin lives again. Every time someone listens, he speaks again. The music is not a memorial. It is a presence. This is Chopin's true legacy. Not the heart in the church, however moving. Not the myths and legends that have grown up around him, but the music itself, the sounds he left behind, the beauty he created, the gift he gave to the future. And so, as the night deepens and the nocturnes fade into memory, we leave behind the salons of Paris, the cold monastery in Majorca, the quiet apartment on the Place Vendôme. We leave behind the heart in its church, the body in its grave, the music that lives on. But the music does not truly leave us. It enters us and stays. It becomes part of how we hear, how we feel, how we breathe. When we listen to Chopin, we are not merely consuming entertainment. We are participating in something that a dying man offered to the future, a gift made more precious by the knowledge of its cost. There is a word in Polish, żal, that is often translated as sorrow or regret, but carries meanings that have no exact English equivalent. It suggests a longing for what is lost, a bittersweet acceptance of impermanence, a tenderness toward the past that can never be recovered. Chopin's music is saturated with żal. Every nocturne carries it. Every mazurka embodies it. It is the emotional texture of exile, of loss, of love that cannot last. When you hear Chopin's music, tonight or any night, you're hearing żal. You're hearing the sorrow of a man who could not go home, who could not stop the disease that was killing him, who could only pour his feelings into music and hope that someone somewhere would understand. Someone does understand. Millions of people over nearly 2 centuries have understood. They have listened to the nocturnes and felt the joie. They have recognized in Chopin's music something of their own experience, their own losses, their own longings, their own mortality. This is the miracle of art, that one person's suffering can become another person's consolation, that music written in 19th century Paris can speak to a 21st century listener in Tokyo, or Sao Paulo, or Lagos. That sounds made by fingers on ivory keys can travel through time and space to touch hearts that Chopin could never have imagined. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another chapter in the history of tuberculosis. But that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the memory of those nocturnes carry you gently into sleep. Let the melodies you have heard even if only in imagination, continue to play in your mind. Let them take you where they took the listeners in those Parisian salons nearly 2 centuries ago, to a place beyond words, beyond thought, to the quiet centre where music lives. Chopin composed for people like you, people who are ready to listen, ready to feel, ready to be moved. He composed for the night hours, for the threshold of sleep, for the moments when the day's noise fades and something deeper becomes audible. He composed for now. And if you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like, or share it with someone who might need it. The channel depends on your support, and every subscriber helps bring more stories like this one to listeners around the world. But even if you do nothing at all except rest, that is enough. That is what Chopin would have wanted. The music was always meant to give comfort, to bring peace, to ease the burden of being human. If it has done that for you tonight, then it has done its work. The earth is suffocating, Chopin said in his final hours. But the music breathes on. It breathes in concert halls and bedrooms, in headphones and speakers, in the fingers of pianists and the ears of listeners. It breathes wherever someone takes the time to listen. It breathes because we keep it breathing, because we return to it again and again, seeking what it offers. It breathes because we need it to breathe. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Thank you for keeping the music alive. Thank you for allowing Chopin to speak to you across nearly 2 centuries of silence. Good night. Sleep well. They called them lungers. 20,000 a year, packed into train cars heading west, coughing blood into handkerchiefs, racing the disease that was killing them. By 1900, 1 in 3 people living in Colorado had come there to die. Not for gold, not for land, not for the frontier. They came because their doctors had told them the truth. Go west, or go to your grave. Denver became the largest tuberculosis camp in the world, and it changed everything. The city, the state, the very idea of what the American West was for. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we're travelling to the American West, to a mile-high city built on hope and desperation, where the dying came by the trainload seeking a cure that no medicine could provide. A city whose very identity was shaped by tuberculosis. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from architecture to art, from fashion to the American West. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. Now, settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through frontier towns and tent colonies, through luxury sanatoria and sleeping porches, through the story of how disease built a state. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a train car rolling westward across the Great Plains. It is the summer of 1892, and this particular car is different from the others. The windows are thrown open despite the dust. The passengers sit apart from one another when they can, and every few minutes someone coughs, a deep, rattling cough that seems to come from somewhere far beneath the lungs. Many of these passengers carry one-way tickets. They have sold their homes back east, said goodbye to families they may never see again, and put everything they own into the hope that the air of Colorado will save their lives. Some have money, enough for the luxury sanatoria that advertise in the eastern newspapers, promising sun-drenched terraces and fresh mountain air. Others have almost nothing, just enough for the train ticket and perhaps a week's lodging, after which they will figure something out somehow, or die trying. The mountains appear on the horizon, rising blue and distant above the brown plain. Snow gleams on the highest peaks even in summer. And somewhere ahead, still hours away, lies Denver, the mile-high city, the world's sanatorium, the last best hope for thousands of the dying. They have heard the promises. The air is pure, the sunshine is constant, the altitude itself has healing properties. Eastern doctors have told them to go west or die. And so they come, 20,000 a year by some estimates, filling entire train cars with their coughs and their hopes. This is their story. To understand why so many desperate people converged on Colorado, we must first understand what tuberculosis meant in 19th century America. In the crowded cities of the eastern seaboard, tuberculosis was everywhere. It was the leading cause of death in the United States, killing more people than any other disease. Entire tenement buildings were infected. Families watched helplessly as one member after another fell ill, wasted away, and died. The disease was called consumption because of the way it seemed to consume its victims from within. The cough, the fever, the blood in the handkerchief, the slow wasting away of flesh until the patient was little more than bones and skin. And always, always, the cough. Persistent, unstoppable, a constant reminder that the lungs were filling with disease. In the tenements of New York, families lived 6 or 8 to a room, breathing the same stale air, sharing beds, unable to isolate the sick from the healthy. The disease spread through families like fire through dry timber. A mother would catch it from her husband, then pass it to her children. By the time one generation was buried, the next was already coughing. The numbers were staggering. In 1850, tuberculosis killed more than 400 people per 100,000 in the United States. In the crowded immigrant neighborhoods of the eastern cities, the rate was even higher. Some tenements became so infected that landlords could not rent the rooms, not because tenants feared the disease, but because they had already seen what happened to the previous occupants. There was no cure, no effective treatment. Doctors could offer rest, good food, perhaps some morphine to ease the coughing, but they knew, and their patients knew, that these were palliative measures at best. The best they could hope for was to make the patient comfortable as the disease ran its inexorable course. Some physicians experimented with radical treatments. Bloodletting was still practiced, though it was beginning to fall out of favour. Cod liver oil was prescribed, as were tonics containing various combinations of alcohol and herbs. Some doctors punctured the chest cavity to collapse the lung, hoping that rest would allow the damaged tissue to heal. None of these treatments worked consistently. Most did more harm than good. The wealthy could flee to the countryside, to the mountains, to any place where the air was cleaner and the disease less prevalent. They could afford sanatoria in the Swiss Alps, where patients lounged on balconies wrapped in blankets, breathing the thin mountain air. But the poor had no such option. They stayed in the tenements, coughing into the darkness, waiting for the end that they knew was coming. And yet some doctors had noticed something peculiar. Patients who moved from the humid, crowded cities to drier, higher climates sometimes improved. The cough lessened. The fever subsided. Some patients who had been given weeks to live survived for years. A theory emerged. Perhaps the problem was not just the disease itself, but the environment in which the disease flourished. Perhaps the humid air of the cities, thick with coal smoke and factory fumes, and the exhalations of thousands of crowded inhabitants was the real enemy. Perhaps what the consumptive needed was fresh air, dry air, pure air. And where in America was the air purest? Where was it driest? Where did the sun shine more than 300 days a year? Where could patients escape the coal smoke and the humidity and the crowded conditions that seemed to make the disease spread so quickly? Colorado. The answer seemed obvious. Colorado's altitude, a mile above sea level in Denver, even higher in the mountain towns, meant thin, dry air. The lack of humidity meant fewer of the damp conditions in which disease seemed to flourish. The endless sunshine meant patients could spend hours outdoors, breathing the clean mountain air, soaking up the healing rays of the sun. The Colorado Chamber of Commerce was not slow to recognize the opportunity. Advertisements appeared in eastern newspapers proclaiming the state's miraculous climate. The air was 100% aseptic, the boosters claimed. The altitude, more than a mile above sea level, was itself therapeutic. The constant sunshine bathed patients in healing light. For families watching loved ones die, these promises were irresistible. What did they have to lose? If they stayed in the east, death was certain. But if they went west, if they reached Colorado, perhaps there was a chance. And so the migration began. By 1880, Denver had earned the nickname the World Sanatorium. By 1900, 1/3 of Colorado's entire population had moved there because of tuberculosis. It was, in a sense, the largest health-related migration in American history. The story of Colorado as a tuberculosis destination begins with the Civil War hero and railroad tycoon named William Jackson Palmer. Palmer was born in Delaware in 1836 to a Quaker family. During the Civil War, he distinguished himself as a cavalry officer, rising to the rank of Brevet Brigadier General and receiving the Medal of Honor for his actions. He was, by any measure, a man of exceptional ability and ambition. After the war, Palmer turned his attention to railroads, the great engine of American expansion. He came to the Colorado Territory in the late 1860s as a surveyor for the Kansas Pacific Railway, seeking possible routes through the mountains. He was accompanied by an English physician named William Abraham Bell. Together they saw something in this rugged territory that others had missed. It was not just the mineral wealth, though there was plenty of that. It was not just the scenic beauty, though the mountains were spectacular. It was the air itself, thin, dry, crystal clear. The kind of air that doctors back east were beginning to prescribe for their consumptive patients. On July 31st, 1871, Palmer and Bell founded a new town at the base of Pikes Peak. They called it Fountain Colony, later renamed Colorado Springs, and from the beginning, Palmer envisioned it as something more than an ordinary frontier settlement. He wanted to build a health resort, a place where the sick could come to heal, a destination that would attract not just settlers and miners, but invalids with money to spend. Palmer understood that the railroad could carry more than freight and settlers. It could carry the sick, the wealthy sick in particular, who would pay handsomely for the chance to recover in the mountain air. His Denver and Rio Grande Railway would be the artery through which this new industry would flow. The first section of the railway opened in 1871, running south from Denver across the Palmer Divide to Colorado Springs. It was the first narrow-gauge railroad in the West, an engineering achievement that opened the mountains to commerce and, crucially, to patients. The plan worked beyond his dreams. By 1880, tuberculosis patients were arriving in Colorado Springs by the hundreds. By 1900, the town was known as the City of Sunshine and America's Playground, one of the most popular health destinations in the United States. More than 15 sanatoria operated in the region. Palmer poured millions of his own money into the community. He donated over 1,600 acres for parks, hospitals, and schools. He gave land for Colorado College, for the Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind, for several churches in the downtown area. He funded the Cragmore Sanatorium, a facility for tuberculosis treatment that would become one of the most famous in the nation. The houses along North Nevada Avenue were converted into boarding houses for consumptives. The large homes on the old North End built sleeping porches for their consumptive boarders. The area became known locally as Lunger's Row. Palmer shaped the very landscape of the city around, the needs of the health-seeking population. When he died in 1909, from injuries sustained in a horse-riding accident, not from disease, William Jackson Palmer left behind not just a railroad empire, but a city whose identity had been forged by tuberculosis. His legacy endures. The narrow-gauge railway he built still runs through the mountains. The college he founded still educates students, and the sanatorium he funded, Cragmore, eventually became the University of Colorado Springs. The man who saw health in the mountain air built a city to prove it. The term was not kind, but it was widely used. Lungers. That's what the locals called the tuberculosis patients, who poured off the trains by the thousands. They came from everywhere, from the tenements of New York and the row houses of Philadelphia, from the mill towns of New England and the crowded neighborhoods of Chicago. They came with letters of recommendation from their Eastern doctors. They came with newspaper clippings promising miracle cures. They came with everything they owned packed into a single trunk. And they came in all conditions. Some arrived in the early stages of the disease when the prognosis was still uncertain. These patients had the best chance of benefiting from the mountain air. With rest and good food and years of careful living, some of them would recover, or at least survive far longer than they would have in the East. But others arrived in the final stages of consumption. They came on stretchers too weak to walk. They came with hollow eyes and skeletal frames, coughing blood into stained handkerchiefs. For these patients, Colorado was not really a cure. It was a place to die in sunshine rather than in shadow. The quality of care depended entirely on one's ability to pay. The wealthy could afford the luxury sanatoria that charged $50 a week, enormous sums at the time. These institutions offered private rooms, special diets, live orchestras, and the attentive care of trained nurses. The middle class might find placement in more modest facilities at $7 per week, adequate care if not luxurious. But the poor, and many of the Lungers were poor, having spent their last savings on the train ticket west, had few options. Some ended up in tent colonies, rows of canvas shelters erected on wooden platforms at the edges of towns. They lived exposed to the elements, wrapped in blankets, hoping that the open air would heal what medicine could not. Others had nothing at all. They slept in parks, they begged on street corners, they filled the jails of Denver, not because they had committed crimes, but because the authorities had nowhere else to put them. At the opposite end of the spectrum stood places like Cragmore. Founded in 1906 by Dr. Edwin S. Solly, Cragmore Sanatorium was designed from the ground up to cater to the wealthy consumptive. Located in the Austin Bluffs north of Colorado Springs, an area that came to be called Cragmore, it offered spectacular views of the Rocky Mountains and an atmosphere of refined luxury. Dr. Solly's dream was ambitious, to build a first-rate sanatorium for wealthy Lungers. He designed wide windows for every room, a sunroof to allow patients maximum time in fresh air and sunlight, and excellent food prepared by skilled cooks. General William Jackson Palmer donated funds toward the initial construction. The sanatorium's director, Dr. Alexius Forster, articulated the philosophy to create an atmosphere of happiness and cheerfulness. At Cragmore, the emphasis was not merely on physical treatment, but on maintaining the patient's spirits through a pleasant social environment. And pleasant it was. Cragmore became known as the most luxurious palace for well-to-do consumptives in the United States. Millionaires, musicians, artists, dancers and poets came to take the cure. The patients came from the main line of Philadelphia, from Boston, from New York, from the great centers of American culture and wealth. Constance Pulitzer, daughter of the newspaper magnate Joseph Pulitzer, spent time there. Broadway performers convalesced in its sun-drenched rooms. The sanatorium attracted a gregarious, cultured clientele who refused to let their illness dampen their spirits. The patients even published their own journal, which they called 98.6, a reference to the ideal body temperature to which they all aspired. The journal contained poems, essays, and humour, all produced by people who knew they might be dead within the year. It was in its way a monument to human resilience, or perhaps to human denial. The architecture itself was designed around the cure. Wide windows flooded every room with light. Sun porches allowed patients to recline for hours, breathing the mountain air while gazing at the peaks. The social calendar included parties, dances, and entertainments, though the patients were encouraged to rest between engagements. The atmosphere was, by all accounts, more like a resort than a hospital. There were romances between patients, affairs conducted in the shadow of death. People who might have only months to live found themselves attending dinner parties and afternoon teas, dancing with partners who were as sick as themselves. It was, in its way, a kind of denial, a refusal to surrender to the disease that was consuming them. If one was going to die, one might as well die in pleasant surroundings, surrounded by good company with champagne in one's glass. Cragmore thrived for 2 decades. The money flowed in, the patients kept coming. And then came October 1929. The stock market crash devastated Cragmore's clientele. The wealthy patients who had filled its rooms found themselves suddenly impoverished. Fortunes built over generations vanished in weeks, and the sanatorium, which depended on those fortunes, found its revenue collapsing. Some patients were forcibly removed when they could no longer pay their bills. Imagine it. Men and women who had come to Colorado expecting either to recover or to die in comfort, suddenly expelled from the sanatorium because their money had evaporated in the crash. They had nothing. No health, no wealth, no home. A few, devastated by their financial losses and their failing health, took their own lives. The sanatorium that had promised happiness and cheerfulness became, for some, a scene of despair. Cragmore struggled on through the Great Depression. It began accepting middle-class and working-class patients at reduced rates, $7 a week instead of $50. The parties grew quieter, the champagne disappeared, the atmosphere of refined luxury gave way to something more modest, more desperate. By the late 1940s, the sanatorium was bankrupt. It seemed destined to close, another casualty of the antibiotics that were making such institutions obsolete. Then came an unexpected reprieve. The federal government made an offer. It would financially support the sanatorium if Cragmore would accept tuberculosis-infected Navajo tribal members from Arizona and New Mexico. The director signed the contract, and in the early 1950s, Navajo patients were transported to Cragmore for care. It was a strange final chapter. The sanatorium that had catered to the wealthiest Americans now served some of the poorest, Native Americans whose communities had been ravaged by tuberculosis, often spread by contact with white settlers. In 1964, Cragmore was sold to the University of Colorado system. The sanatorium became a campus. Today, 2 of its former buildings, Cragmore Hall and Main Hall, house students at the University of Colorado Springs. The sun porches where dying millionaires once reclined are now classrooms. The dining room where champagne toasts were raised to uncertain futures now hosts academic conferences. Archaeologists from the university have recently begun excavating the grounds, finding artifacts from the sanatorium era, medicine bottles, patient belongings, fragments of a vanished world. They are digging up history in the shadow of Pikes Peak. But what of those lungers who arrived in Colorado with nothing? What of the thousands who spent their last dollars on train tickets, only to find themselves homeless and dying in a strange city? One woman saw their suffering and refused to accept it. Frances Weisbart Jacobs was born in Kentucky in 1843 and moved to Denver with her husband in 1863, when the city was barely 4 years old. She became known as Denver's Mother of Charities, a title she earned through decades of tireless work on behalf of the poor. As part of her charitable work, Jacobs regularly visited impoverished homes to bring food, coal, clothing, and soap. She was not afraid to touch an emaciated body. She did not flinch at the sight of blood. She often stopped to give aid to someone who had fallen on the street from a hemorrhage, a common occurrence in a city filled with consumptives. She watched as tuberculosis patients flooded into Denver, overwhelming its resources. By 1890, some 30,000 people were arriving in Colorado each year seeking the cure. Many had nothing. They had sold everything to buy their train tickets, and when they arrived, they found that no institution in Denver would admit penniless consumptives. They slept in the streets, they begged for food, they coughed in the public parks. Many of them ended up in jail, not because they had committed crimes, but because the authorities had nowhere else to put them. They lived and died on the city's streets, and Jacobs saw it all. She determined to do something about it. Jacobs launched a relentless campaign to arouse public awareness on behalf of the indigent consumptives. She sought the support of business people and political leaders. She found an ally in a young rabbi named William Stern Friedman, who shared her vision of a hospital that would serve the poor regardless of their religion. On April 8, 1890, articles of incorporation for the Jewish Hospital Association of Colorado were filed. The association bought land east of the city, and on October 9, 1892, the cornerstone of the hospital was laid. Just a month after construction began, tragedy struck. Frances Weisbart Jacobs fell ill with pneumonia. In November of 1892, she died. She was 49 years old. The hospital was named in her honour, but she never saw it open. The building sat completed but vacant for 6 years. First because of the devastating silver crisis of 1893, which collapsed Colorado's economy, and then because of continued fundraising difficulties. Finally, with assistance from the International Order of B'nai B'rith, a Jewish-led service organisation, the hospital found the funds it needed. On December 10, 1899, the National Jewish Hospital for Treatment of Consumptives admitted its first patients. The hospital adopted a remarkable motto: "None may enter who can pay, none can pay who enter." Think about that. It was the first facility in Colorado, perhaps in the country, to treat impoverished tuberculosis patients completely free of charge. If you had money, you were turned away. If you had insurance, you were sent elsewhere. Only the truly destitute could enter. The hospital was funded entirely by donations from across the country. Jewish communities in particular supported it, though the institution served patients of all religions and ethnicities. It was a monument to the principle that medical care should not depend on ability to pay. The treatment was similar to other sanatoria of the era: fresh air, plenty of food, moderate exercise, and close supervision of every aspect of patients' lives. But what made National Jewish unique was its mission: to serve those whom society had abandoned, the dying poor who had come west with nothing but hope. For nearly 70 years, until 1968, the institution admitted only patients who could not afford to pay. All care was provided free of charge. The policy ended only when Medicare and Medicaid created new funding mechanisms for the poor. Today, more than 125 years later, the institution continues to operate as National Jewish Health. It is now a leading research and treatment centre for respiratory diseases, heart disease, and immune disorders. It has been ranked the #1 respiratory hospital in the United States for many years running. The free treatment policy has long since ended, but the hospital's commitment to respiratory care, born in the tuberculosis era, born from the vision of a woman who would not accept that the poor should die in the streets, remains. Frances Weisbart Jacobs never saw her dream realised, but her dream saved thousands of lives. Among the thousands of lungers who came to Colorado, one stands out in American legend. John Henry Holliday was born in Griffin, Georgia, on August 14, 1851, into a prosperous Southern family. His father was a druggist and sometime soldier. His mother, Alice Jane, was by all accounts a refined woman who instilled in her son a love of literature and music. When Holliday was 15 years old, his mother died of tuberculosis. He watched her waste away, watched the disease consume her from within. He could not have known then that the same fate awaited him. Holliday was educated, cultured, and ambitious. At 20 years old, he graduated from the Pennsylvania College of Dental Surgery in Philadelphia, one of the finest dental schools in the country. He returned to the South to establish a practice, first in Atlanta, then in Griffin. He was, by all appearances, destined for a respectable life as a Southern professional. But shortly after opening his practice, Holliday developed a persistent cough. He knew what that cough meant. He had heard it before in his mother's bedroom in the months before she died. The doctors confirmed his fears: tuberculosis. The same disease that had killed his mother had found him. He was given, at most, a few months to live, perhaps longer if he sought a drier climate. The prescription was familiar to anyone who had studied medicine in those years. Go west, seek the dry air of the desert, the thin atmosphere of the mountains. Perhaps, just perhaps, the change of climate might slow the disease. And so John Henry Holliday, D.S., packed his bags and headed west. He was 22 years old and he expected to die. Holliday moved his practice to Dallas, Texas, hoping the drier climate might help. It didn't. The cough followed him, and so did the customers, or rather, the lack of them. Patients in frontier Texas were reluctant to sit in a dentist's chair while the dentist coughed blood onto their open mouths. His practice failed. He needed income. And on the frontier there was one profession that didn't mind if you coughed: gambling. Somewhere in those years, in the saloons of Dallas and Denison, in the cattle towns of Kansas, John Henry Holliday transformed. The cultured Southern dentist became something else entirely: a gambler, a drinker, and increasingly a man with a reputation for violence. He drifted through the frontier towns: Cheyenne, Denver, Dodge City, Las Vegas, in the New Mexico territory. He played faro and poker in smoke-filled saloons. He got into fights. He was arrested repeatedly for gambling and for violence. The disease was killing him slowly, and he seemed determined to live as recklessly as possible in whatever time remained. The whiskey helped with the cough, or at least dulled the awareness of it. Holliday drank heavily, a practice that surely hastened the progress of the disease, but he was dying anyway. What did it matter if he died a few months sooner, so long as those months were lived on his own terms? It was in this period that he acquired the nickname that would follow him into legend: Doc, not for his dental training, but because even hardened frontier gamblers could see that this thin, coughing man was a sick man, a dying man. In 1879, in Dodge City, Kansas, Doc Holliday met a lawman named Wyatt Earp. The two men formed an unlikely friendship: the dying gambler and the austere peace officer. It was a friendship that would lead them both to Tombstone, Arizona, and to immortality. By the time he arrived in Tombstone, Arizona in 1880, Doc Holliday was infamous. His reputation preceded him: a dangerous man, quick with a gun, unpredictable when drinking, and always coughing. Tombstone was a boom town, built on silver mining and populated by the usual frontier mix of miners, merchants, prostitutes, and outlaws. Wyatt Earp had come there to enforce the law, along with his brothers Virgil and Morgan. Doc Holliday followed his friend. The events that followed have been told and retold so many times that it's difficult to separate fact from legend. What we know is this. On October 26, 1881, the Earp brothers and Doc Holliday confronted a group of cowboys near the OK Corral. The gunfight lasted approximately 30 seconds. When it was over, 3 men were dead: Tom McClory, Frank McClory, and Billy Clanton. Virgil and Morgan Earp were wounded. Doc Holliday had been grazed by a bullet. It was, in terms of actual deaths, a minor incident. Frontier towns saw far worse. But the gunfight at the OK Corral would become the most famous shootout in American history, and Doc Holliday would become a legend. The irony was not lost on those who knew him. Here was a man who should have been dead years ago, a man whose lungs were slowly filling with the bacilli of tuberculosis, a man who coughed blood into handkerchiefs every day of his life. And he had walked into a gunfight and walked out alive. But the tuberculosis that had driven him west in the first place was a more persistent enemy than any outlaw. Through all his adventures, the gambling, the gunfights, the long nights in frontier saloons, the cough remained. The fever came and went. The disease that had already taken his mother was slowly, inexorably, claiming him as well. After the gunfight at the OK Corral, violence followed the Earps and Holliday. Virgil Earp was ambushed and crippled. Morgan Earp was assassinated while playing billiards. Wyatt launched a vendetta ride that left several men dead. Through it all, Doc Holliday rode alongside his friend, coughing between gunfights. Eventually the violence subsided. Wyatt Earp moved on to California, to Alaska, to the various ventures that would occupy his remaining decades. Doc Holliday drifted through the mining towns of Colorado, Leadville, high in the mountains, Denver, with its growing population of health seekers. He moved restlessly, perhaps hoping that one more change of scenery would give him relief. But there was no relief to be found. The disease had progressed too far. The 15 years since his diagnosis had been a gift. Most consumptives died within months, but the gift was running out. By the spring of 1887, the situation was dire. The long winters and high altitude of Leadville, over 10,000 feet above sea level, had taken their toll on his already emaciated body. The thin air that was supposed to heal consumptives was now too thin for his damaged lungs to process. He needed something more. Holliday had heard of the hot springs at Glenwood Springs, a small town in western Colorado nestled in a valley at the confluence of the Colorado and Roaring Fork rivers. The waters were said to have healing properties. Native Americans had bathed in them for generations. The Ute people considered the springs sacred, imbued with the power to cure. Perhaps one more desperate hope. The springs might provide some relief. Perhaps the vapor caves, filled with the steam rising from the hot mineral waters, might ease his tortured lungs. He arrived in Glenwood Springs in the spring of 1887. He checked into the Hotel Glenwood, a modest establishment near the springs. Kate Horany, the woman known as Big Nose Kate, who had been his companion on and off for years, later claimed that she attended to him in his final days. He was 36 years old and he knew he was dying. Holliday spent the last 57 days of his life in that Colorado town. He visited the springs when he could walk. He soaked in the warm mineral waters. He breathed the steam of the vapor caves, hoping that the Indian medicine might accomplish what Western medicine could not. He played cards when he had the strength. Old habits die hard, even when the gambler is dying. He drank whiskey, which at least dulled the pain and the cough that never stopped. As the weeks passed, his condition deteriorated. He grew weaker. The cough became more constant. He spent more and more time in bed, too exhausted to make the walk to the springs. On November the 8th, 1887, the end came. According to the stories that have come down to us, Holliday was lying in bed at the Hotel Glenwood when he asked for a glass of whiskey. Someone, perhaps Kate, perhaps a hotel employee, brought it to him. He drank it, apparently with satisfaction. It may have been his last drink. It was certainly one of thousands he had consumed in his short, violent, remarkable life. Then he looked down at his bare feet sticking out from under the blankets. "This is funny," he said. And he died. The meaning of those last words has been debated ever since. Most historians believe that Doc Holliday, the gunfighter who had faced down outlaws and lawmen, who had walked into the OK Corral expecting death, who had lived for 15 years with a disease that should have killed him in months, had always assumed he would die with his boots on. In a gunfight, probably, or in some violent confrontation at a gambling table, or perhaps on the run from the law, shot down by a deputy in some dusty frontier town. That was how men like Doc Holliday died. To die in bed, of consumption, with bare feet, after all the violence, after all the near misses, after all the times he had cheated death at the hands of men, to be killed not by a bullet, but by a bacillus. It must have seemed absurd, funny even. The Glenwood Springs Ute Chief newspaper wrote in its obituary that Holliday had been baptized in the Catholic Church shortly before his death. This was based on correspondence between Holliday and his cousin, Sister Mary Melanie, a Catholic nun. No baptismal record has ever been found, but the story persists, the idea that the notorious gunfighter found religion at the end. Doc Holliday was buried in Linwood Cemetery, on a hillside overlooking the town of Glenwood Springs. The exact location of his grave is unknown. The records were lost or never kept. Somewhere on that hillside, unmarked, lies one more consumptive who came west hoping for a cure. An obelisk now marks the general area. A plaque reads, "This memorial is dedicated to Doc Holliday, who is buried someplace in this cemetery." It is a fittingly uncertain monument to a man whose life was full of legends and whose death was oddly peaceful. Tourists hike up the trail to see where the famous gunfighter rests. They take photographs by the obelisk. They imagine the thin, coughing man looking down at his bare feet and finding it funny. Wyatt Earp did not learn of his friend's death until 2 months after it happened. The news reached him eventually, as news did in those days before telephones. The man who had saved his life in Dodge City, who had stood beside him at the OK Corral, who had ridden with him on the Vendetta ride, that man was gone. Wyatt Earp would live until 1929, dying in his bed in Los Angeles at age 80. He spent his final years consulting on Hollywood westerns, trying to set the record straight about what had really happened in Tombstone. Doc Holliday had no such opportunity. The disease that had chased him across the West, that had transformed him from a dentist into a legend, had finally caught up with him. He was 36 years old, which was, for a consumptive in the 1880s, a remarkably long life. Not all of Colorado's famous longers died of the disease. Some not only survived but thrived, and left their mark on the very landscape of the state. Robert Walter Speer was born in Pennsylvania in 1855, the son of a farmer. Like so many families of the era, the Spears were touched by tuberculosis, the disease that seemed to spare no household, no social class, no corner of America. In 1877, Robert's sister Margaret fell severely ill with consumption. The family, desperate, made the difficult decision to send her to Colorado for treatment. She was following a path that thousands had already taken, hoping that the mountain air might accomplish what Eastern doctors could not. It soon became clear that Robert himself had also contracted tuberculosis. He was 22 years old when he suffered a severe lung hemorrhage, the terrifying moment when the cough produces not just blood-streaked sputum, but actual blood, bright arterial red, filling the handkerchief, filling the mouth. In 1878, Robert Speer followed his sister westward. But rather than checking into a sanatorium, rather than taking the rest cure that most physicians prescribed, Speer did something different. He went into the mountains, high into the mountains, and found work on a ranch, hard physical labour in the open air at altitude. It was unconventional. Most consumptives were told to rest, to conserve their strength, to avoid exertion. The sanatoria prescribed carefully regulated activity, gentle walks, never too strenuous, always with periods of rest. The idea of a tuberculosis patient doing ranch work, hauling hay, mending fences, riding horses, would have struck most physicians as dangerous. But it worked. Slowly, Robert Speer's health improved. The cough lessened. The hemorrhages stopped. The weight he had lost began to return. Whether it was the altitude, the exercise, the outdoor air, or simply the luck of a constitution strong enough to fight off the disease, he never knew. What he knew was that the mountains had saved his life. Speer always credited that mountain ranch with his survival. For the rest of his life, he advocated for fresh air, outdoor activity, and the healing power of the Colorado climate. He had experienced it himself. He was living proof. With his health restored, Speer moved to Denver. He took a job at the Daniels and Fisher department store, a prestigious position for a young man on the rise. From there, he launched a career in real estate, then in Democratic Party politics. The former invalid was becoming a power broker. In 1904, Robert Speer was elected mayor of Denver. He would serve 2 terms, from 1904 to 1912, and then win election to a 3rd term in 1916. The former Longer, the man who had come to Colorado expecting to die, became one of the most consequential mayors in the city's history. Robert Speer had seen the future of American cities, and it looked like Chicago. In 1893, Speer had attended the World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, the great World's Fair that introduced millions of Americans to the possibilities of urban planning. The fair's centerpiece was the White City, a collection of neoclassical buildings arranged around grand plazas and reflecting pools. It was elegant, orderly, beautiful, everything that the crowded industrial cities of the era were not. Speer was entranced. He saw in the White City a vision of what Denver might become. Not a dusty frontier town, not a mining camp grown large, but a Paris on the Platte. A city of parks and boulevards, of monuments and fountains, of civic grandeur. When he became mayor, Speer set about making that vision real. The movement he championed was called City Beautiful, a nationwide effort to transform American cities through comprehensive urban planning. City Beautiful advocates believed that beautiful surroundings would produce better citizens, that parks and monuments would inspire civic pride and moral improvement. For Speer, there was also a personal dimension. He knew what fresh air and open spaces had done for his own health. The parks he built were not merely decorative, they were therapeutic. They were the city's lungs, bringing clean air into neighborhoods that might otherwise have been as congested as the tenements of New York. Under Speer's leadership, Denver doubled its park acreage in just 8 years. He built Civic Center Park, the green heart of downtown Denver, surrounded by the state capitol, the city and county building, and the Denver Art Museum. He cleaned up Cherry Creek, which had become virtually an open sewer, channeling it and creating parkland along its banks. He built the City Auditorium. He planted trees along the major streets. He created the boulevard that today bears his name, Speer Boulevard, running along Cherry Creek through the center of the city. Speer was not without his critics. He was accused of corruption, of awarding contracts to his friends, of running a political machine. Some of the accusations were probably true. He was a product of his era, and urban politics in the early 20th century was rarely clean. But his impact on Denver was undeniable. The city he left behind was fundamentally different from the city he had found. Greener, grander, more beautiful. Robert Speer died on May 14, 1918, during the global influenza pandemic that would kill more people than the recently concluded World War. The cause was double pneumonia, an ironic echo of the tuberculosis that had almost killed him 4 decades earlier. At least 10,000 people attended his funeral. He was the first mayor of Denver to die while serving in office. The city he had helped build mourned the Lunger who had stayed, who had survived, who had transformed a frontier town into a metropolis. Today, if you walk through Civic Center Park, past the fountains and the monuments, you're walking through Robert Speer's vision. The former consumptive who came to Colorado expecting to die left behind a city that will long outlive him. The impact of tuberculosis on Colorado went far beyond the hospitals and sanatoria. It shaped the very architecture of the state, the design of ordinary homes that still stand today. If you walk through certain Denver neighborhoods, Montclair for instance, you will notice something distinctive about the older houses. Many have dual porches on the side, open or only lightly enclosed. The floor plans are unusually open, with good airflow between rooms. The windows are large, designed to let in maximum light and air. These are TB houses. Designed specifically for families with tuberculosis patients, these homes reflected the medical wisdom of the era. Fresh air and sunshine were essential for treatment. A consumptive needed to sleep outdoors, or as close to outdoors as possible. The theory behind this was straightforward. Doctors believed that the tuberculosis bacillus thrived in stagnant humid air, the kind found in the cramped tenements of eastern cities. Fresh, dry air, constantly circulating, would dilute the concentration of bacteria. Cold air in particular was thought to invigorate the lungs and strengthen the body's natural defences. And so the sleeping porch was born. These were not the decorative porches found on southern mansions, designed for afternoon lemonade and social visits. Colorado sleeping porches were utilitarian, screened enclosures, usually on the second floor, equipped with beds and heavy blankets. Patients would sleep there year-round in all weather. In summer, the experience was pleasant enough. Cool mountain breezes, the scent of pine, the stars visible through the screens. But in winter, sleeping outdoors in Colorado took a peculiar kind of courage. The temperatures could drop well below zero. Patients would pile on blankets, 4, 5, 6 layers deep. They would wear woolen caps and mittens to bed. Their breath would freeze in the air above them, and yet they slept there, night after night, because their doctors had told them it was the only way. Some sanatoria took this principle to an extreme. At Glockner Sanatorium in Colorado Springs, patients were wheeled onto open-air porches even during snowstorms. The theory was that if fresh air was good, more fresh air was better, and the freshest air of all was cold winter air laden with snow. The patients wrapped themselves in blankets until only their faces were visible. Snow would accumulate on their blankets while they slept. In the morning, they would brush off the snow and, if they were still able, walk inside for breakfast. It sounds torturous, and yet many patients reported feeling better after sleeping in the cold. Whether this was the effect of the fresh air or simply the psychological benefit of doing something, of taking action against a disease that otherwise left them helpless, is impossible to say. The sleeping porch became a distinctive feature of Colorado architecture. While homes across America had porches for sitting, Colorado homes had porches for sleeping, screened enclosures where patients could spend the night breathing mountain air even in winter. Builders adapted their designs to accommodate the needs of the tuberculosis patients who comprise so much of their clientele. Houses were oriented to maximize southern exposure, ensuring that sleeping porches received the maximum amount of sunshine. Windows were designed to open wide, allowing cross-ventilation. Floor plans were made more open, reducing the number of small enclosed spaces where air might become stagnant. One remarkable structure from this era was the Molkery, built in 1888 by a German immigrant named Baron Walter von Richthofen, a distant relative of the famous Red Baron of World War I. Located in the Montclair neighbourhood, the Molkery served as a dairy barn, restaurant, hotel and tuberculosis treatment facility. The Baron was a remarkable character in his own right. He had served as an officer in the Prussian army before emigrating to America, where he made his fortune in real estate development. He saw in Colorado's tuberculosis trade an opportunity, and he designed the Molkery to capitalize on it. The treatment offered was the traditional German milk cure. Patients, called chasers by the locals because they were chasing the cure, would lounge on sun porches, drink mugs of fresh milk from the Baron's dairy cows, and breathe the supposedly health-restoring air. The idea was that the rich nutrients in fresh milk would help patients regain the weight they had lost to consumption. Combined with the fresh air and sunshine, the milk cure was believed to offer the best chance of recovery. Whether it actually worked is debatable, but the Molkery thrived for several years, attracting patients from across the country. The Baron had created not just a treatment facility but an experience, a taste of old-world elegance in the shadow of the Rockies. The Molkery operated until 1893. Today it houses a civic organisation, but its distinctive architecture, designed around the needs of tuberculosis patients, remains visible. The sleeping porch faded from popularity in the mid-20th century, replaced by air conditioning and antibiotics. But many of the old porches remain, enclosed now for year-round use, their original purpose forgotten. If you look carefully at older homes in Denver's historic neighbourhoods, you can still spot them. Those second-floor additions with their distinctive banks of windows, their odd proportions, their suggestion of outdoor living, they are the architectural fingerprints of an epidemic. Perhaps the most distinctive architectural legacy of the tuberculosis era can be found in Colorado Springs, where strange octagonal structures dot the landscape, in backyards, at hospitals, in parks. These are Gardner huts, named for their designer, Dr. Charles Fox Gardner, and they represent one of the most innovative and poignant approaches to tuberculosis treatment. Dr. Gardner was himself a health seeker. Born in the East, he had contracted tuberculosis and come to Colorado Springs in search of relief. The mountain air served him well. He recovered sufficiently to attend medical school and eventually became a practicing physician in the very city that had saved his life. He understood from personal experience what tuberculosis patients needed. They needed air, they needed isolation, and they needed dignity, some sense of having their own space, their own home, even as they fought a disease that might well kill them. Dr. Gardner developed his design in the early 1900s, inspired by the shelters used by the Ute tribe, who had lived in the region for centuries. The Utes had survived Colorado winters in shelters that were open to the elements yet surprisingly livable. Gardner adapted their wisdom for a medical purpose. His huts were deceptively simple: an octagonal wooden floor, a canvas tent stretched over a wooden frame, with a conical roof that came to a point at the top. The octagonal shape was not merely decorative, it allowed for efficient airflow from all directions and made the structure more resistant to the high winds that swept down from the mountains. What made the design effective was the ventilation. The canvas walls were fastened 1 inch away from the floor, allowing a constant flow of fresh air at ground level. An opening at the apex let stale air escape. The patient inside was essentially living outdoors, exposed to the elements, breathing the cold mountain air day and night. Each hut was designed for a single patient. They were small, perhaps 10 feet across, but surprisingly well equipped. Many had electric lights, a luxury in the early 20th century. Small wood stoves provided heat for the coldest nights, though patients were encouraged to keep them low. The goal was cold air, not warmth. The huts contained a bed, chairs, a small dresser, and a system for calling nurses, often a bell or a flag that could be raised to signal distress. Patients decorated their huts with photographs, books, letters from home. These tiny shelters became their world. The idea was isolation. The patient was separated from other patients, reducing the risk of spreading the disease. Each cough, each expectoration, each exhaled breath remained within that patient's own space, and the constant exposure to fresh air was believed to be the best treatment available. There was also a psychological element. In the crowded sanatorium wards, patients were constantly reminded of their illness, by the coughs of their neighbours, by the empty beds of those who had died, by the pervasive sense of disease. In a gardener hut, alone with the wind and the sky, a patient might almost forget that they were sick. Almost. Sanatoria across Colorado adopted the gardener hut design. The modern woodmen of America Sanatorium, located northwest of Colorado Springs in Woodman Valley, had nearly 250 of these octagonal structures arranged in neat rows, a small city of the dying, each patient in their own canvas shelter. The Modern Woodmen of America was a fraternal organization, a kind of mutual aid society that provided insurance and benefits to its members. When tuberculosis struck the families of woodmen, the organization established its own sanatorium to care for them. At its peak, the facility could accommodate 400 patients. From above, the rows of huts must have looked like a military encampment, or perhaps a village from some strange fairy tale. Each hut had its own small porch, its own patch of ground. Patients might wave to their neighbours across the way, exchange books or newspapers, compare symptoms and treatments. But at night, each patient was alone with the wind and the cold and the stars and the disease that was slowly claiming them. Patients might live in these huts for months or years. Some recovered, others died. The hut was home and hospital, and for many a final resting place. When a patient died, the hut would be cleaned, the bedding burned, and a new patient would move in, hoping for a different outcome. The turnover was constant. New patients arriving, old patients departing, some to resume their lives, most to be buried in the sanatorium cemetery. When the sanatoria closed in the 1940s and 50s, made obsolete by antibiotics that could actually cure tuberculosis, they faced a practical problem: what to do with hundreds of octagonal huts. The sanatorium buildings themselves could be repurposed. They became hospitals, schools, office buildings. But the huts, those strange little canvas shelters that had housed the dying, seemed to have no obvious use. The answer, in the end, was simple. sell them. Residents and businesses across Colorado Springs purchased the former tuberculosis huts. They were sturdy structures after all. The wooden floors and frames had been built to last, and the octagonal design was charming in its way. People converted them to storage sheds, garden houses, art studios, playhouses for children. The canvas walls, of course, were gone, replaced with more durable materials, but the distinctive octagonal shape remained, unmistakable to anyone who knew what to look for. Today, if you know where to look, you can find these huts scattered across the city. They appear in the most unexpected places, in backyards, in parking lots, alongside hiking trails. They have been painted, decorated, modified beyond recognition, but their bones remain the same. That octagonal floor, that peaked roof, that peculiar geometry of survival. One is on permanent display at the Colorado Springs Pioneers Museum, preserved in something close to its original state. Visitors can step inside and see how patients lived. The small bed, the sparse furnishings, the canvas walls that offered so little protection from the elements. It is a sobering experience, standing in that tiny space and imagining months or years of confinement. Another has been converted into a small visitor centre at Rockledge Ranch, a living history farm on the outskirts of town. Two in Manitou Springs have become storage sheds, their medical history forgotten by their current owners. One, remarkably, has been transformed into a small cafe, serving coffee and pastries in a space that once housed the dying. At Penrose Hospital, itself the successor to the Glockner Tuberculosis Sanatorium, a hut stands in Marjorie Reed Memorial Park, preserved as a memorial to the era. A plaque explains its history to visitors who might otherwise walk past without a second glance. Some huts have been lost entirely, demolished, burned, left to decay. Others survive in such altered form that their origins are unrecognizable. But enough remain that a dedicated explorer can still map the tuberculosis era across the Colorado Springs landscape. It is a strange afterlife for these structures. Built to house the dying, they now hold gardening tools and lawn furniture. The disease that created them has been conquered, but the huts remain, quaint, elfin, oddly cheerful reminders of a time when architecture itself was pressed into service, against an invisible enemy. If walls could speak, these octagonal walls would have stories to tell. Stories of hope and despair, of recovery and death, of human beings fighting for life in tiny canvas shelters under the Colorado sky. The architectural innovations developed for tuberculosis treatment did not remain confined to sanatoria. They spread into mainstream design, influencing the way Americans thought about homes and health. The sleeping porch, developed for consumptives, became a standard feature of American homes in the 1910s and 20s. Real estate advertisements touted sleeping porches as signs of modern, healthful living. Sleep in the open air, the advertisements urged. Your body craves fresh air. Families who had no connection to tuberculosis found themselves sleeping outdoors on screened porches, breathing the night air. The practice was particularly popular in the summer months, when the alternative was suffocating in bedrooms without air conditioning. But some enthusiasts slept outdoors year-round, bundled in blankets, convinced that the fresh air would keep them healthy. This was the tuberculosis treatment, democratized. The same regimen that doctors prescribed for consumptives, fresh air, plenty of rest, exposure to the elements, became a lifestyle choice for the healthy. It was preventive medicine, the logic went. If fresh air could help the sick, surely it could keep the well from becoming sick in the first place. The emphasis on sunlight and ventilation also shaped early modernist architecture. The flat roofs and large windows that became hallmarks of 20th century design had their origins, in part, in the sanatorium. buildings designed to maximize patients' exposure to sun and air. Architects like Le Corbusier explicitly drew on sanatorium design in developing their modernist visions. The Villa Savoy, one of the most famous houses of the 20th century, features a solarium on the roof, a direct descendant of the cure porches where tuberculosis patients had once reclined. The ribbon windows, the open floor plans, the emphasis on light and air, all of these can be traced back to the architectural experiments of the tuberculosis era. The connection was not accidental. Many early modernist architects had personal experience with tuberculosis. Some had been patients themselves. Others had designed sanatoria before moving on to other commissions. The lessons they learned about ventilation, about sunlight, about the relationship between architecture and health informed everything they built afterward. Even the hospital design of today owes something to the tuberculosis era. The spacious patient rooms, the large windows, the attention to air quality, all of these features were pioneered in sanatoria where fresh air was believed to be the only cure. Before the tuberculosis era, hospitals were dark, cramped, poorly ventilated places. The very word hospital carried connotations of death and suffering. Patients avoided them when possible, preferring to be treated and to die at home. The sanatorium changed that. These were light-filled, airy, even beautiful buildings. They were designed not merely to treat disease but to promote healing, to create an environment in which recovery seemed possible. When the antibiotic era arrived and tuberculosis could actually be cured, the lessons of the sanatorium were applied to general hospital design. Walk through any modern hospital. Notice the large windows, the natural light, the attention to airflow. Notice the private or semi-private rooms designed to give patients some sense of personal space. Notice the gardens and courtyards, the outdoor spaces where patients can sit in the sun. All of this traces back, directly or indirectly, to the tuberculosis sanatoria of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The mountain air of Colorado may not have cured tuberculosis, but the architecture that sprang from that desperate hope has shaped the way we design healing spaces to this day. When we walk through a modern hospital surrounded by glass and light, we are walking through a space shaped by the tuberculosis epidemic. The ghosts of the lungers walk with us. At first, Colorado welcomed the lungers. They were, after all, paying customers. They filled the hotels, they patronized the shops, they brought money from the east and spent it in the west. The economics was straightforward. A tuberculosis patient who came to Colorado for treatment might spend months or years in the state, paying for lodging, food, medical care and entertainment. They were, in a sense, the ideal tourist, one who stayed indefinitely and spent continuously. Early tuberculosis sufferers were among the state's champions. They praised the climate to anyone who would listen. They wrote letters home encouraging others to make the journey. Some, like Robert Speer, recovered and became prominent citizens. Others, even those who did not recover, contributed to the economy until their final days. The boosters were enthusiastic. Colorado had something that no other state could offer: the combination of altitude, dryness and sunshine that Eastern doctors prescribed for their consumptive patients. This was a natural resource like silver or gold waiting to be exploited. And so the advertisements went out. Colorado, the health paradise. Breathe the pure mountain air. Nature's cure for consumption. The state marketed itself as a destination for the dying, a place where the hopeless might find hope. The lungers came by the thousands. They filled the hotels, they rented rooms in private homes, they set up tents on the outskirts of town. And Colorado welcomed them, their coughs, their fevers, their money. But by the late 1890s, attitudes were beginning to shift. The turning point was germ theory. Throughout most of the 19th century, tuberculosis was believed to be hereditary, a constitutional weakness that ran in families. This theory, however wrong, at least had the virtue of making patients seem unthreatening. If tuberculosis was inherited, it could not be caught. Then came Robert Koch's discovery in 1882. Tuberculosis was caused by a bacterium. It was contagious. It could be spread from person to person through coughing, through sputum, through the very breath of the infected. Koch demonstrated his findings in Berlin, presenting slides of the rod-shaped bacteria he had isolated from the lungs of tuberculosis patients. Within a year, his discovery was confirmed by laboratories around the world. The truth was undeniable. Tuberculosis was infectious. The news spread slowly at first. Many physicians resisted the new theory, preferring the older explanations they had learned in medical school. But by the 1890s, the implications were becoming clear to both doctors and laypeople. Every cough from a lunger might contain millions of bacteria. Every handkerchief might be a source of infection. Every spittoon, every piece of shared crockery, every common space where consumptives gathered, all of these could be transmission vectors. The health seekers who had seemed harmless, even admirable in their courage, now seemed dangerous. They were not merely sick, they were contagious. They were walking, coughing carriers of a deadly disease. Colorado officials began to worry. What if the state's healthy residents became infected? What if the cure for some became the death sentence for others? The very policy that had built the state's economy, welcoming tuberculosis patients, now seemed like a terrible mistake. By the first decade of the 20th century, the welcome had turned cold. State officials began discouraging tuberculosis patients from coming to Colorado, at least certain kinds of tuberculosis patients. Those with early-stage disease, who had money for treatment and a reasonable chance of recovery, were still tolerated. The wealthy consumptive, the kind who could afford Cragmore or a private sanatorium, remained welcome. Their money still spent the same, regardless of their disease. But those with advanced or incurable forms of tuberculosis were told to stay away. State health officials issued warnings. Do not come to Colorado unless you have sufficient funds for at least 1 year of treatment. Do not come unless you have a letter from an Eastern physician confirming that you are in the early stages of the disease. Do not come if you are already dying. The message was clear. We want your money, but not your corpses. The change was not subtle. Innkeepers who had once competed for the lucrative tuberculosis trade now refused to rent rooms to obviously sick visitors. The cough that had once signalled a paying customer now signalled a dangerous infection. Shop owners asked coughing customers to leave. Landlords included clauses in leases prohibiting consumptive tenants. The hotels were particularly zealous. A tuberculosis patient who died in a hotel room was bad for business. Other guests would hear of it. They would refuse to stay in that room, perhaps refuse to stay in the hotel at all. The value of the property would decline. Better to refuse the consumptive at the door than to deal with the consequences of their death. The stigma extended to the newspapers. "Two brothers are insane," screamed one 1906 headline in the Denver Post, describing two victims of the White Plague who had come from Cincinnati, lived in a tent and grown increasingly ill. The story treated them not as patients deserving sympathy, but as problems to be solved. Other headlines were equally harsh. "Dying consumptive found in park." "Lunger arrested for begging." "Health seekers become public burden." The newspapers that had once celebrated Colorado's healing climate now wrote of tuberculosis patients as if they were criminals. In the Colorado legislature, some representatives proposed a remarkable measure, requiring tuberculosis patients to wear bells around their necks. like lepers in medieval Europe, so that healthy citizens could avoid them. The image is almost medieval. Patients shuffling through the streets of Denver, bells tinkling with every step, warning the healthy to keep their distance. It was public humiliation dressed up as public health. The proposal did not pass, but the fact that it was seriously debated, that elected officials stood before their colleagues and argued for this measure, tells us something about how dramatically attitudes had changed. Other proposals were more successful. Spitting in public places was outlawed in many Colorado cities. This was, in fact, a sensible public health measure. The tuberculosis bacillus could survive for weeks in dried sputum, but the laws were enforced selectively. A healthy businessman who spat on the sidewalk might receive a warning. A consumptive who did the same might be arrested. During the Great Depression, the hostility intensified. The legislature passed a law prohibiting non-residents from receiving public assistance for tuberculosis treatment. If you came to Colorado sick and poor, the state would not help you. You could die in the streets, but you could not claim a dime from the state treasury. The sanatoria themselves were increasingly built on the outskirts of town. Cities wanted the economic benefits of the tuberculosis industry, the jobs for nurses and orderlies and cooks, the money spent on supplies and services, the business generated by visiting family members, but they wanted the actual patients kept at a safe distance, out of sight, out of cough. The modern Woodman of America Sanatorium, with its hundreds of gardener huts, was located miles from downtown Colorado Springs. Cragmore was built on a bluff north of the city, separated from the main population by geography. The message was unmistakable. We will treat you, but we do not want to see you. For the poor Lungas, those who had come west with nothing but hope, the discrimination was devastating. They had sold everything to buy their train tickets. They had liquidated their savings, mortgaged their homes, borrowed from relatives who expected never to see them again. They had said goodbye to families they might never see again, and when they arrived in the Promised Land, they found that no one wanted them. The advertisements had promised healing, the doctors had promised hope, but no one had mentioned what would happen if they arrived without money. Some ended up in the tent colonies that dotted the outskirts of Denver and Colorado Springs. These were not the orderly rows of gardener huts at the proper sanatoria. They were makeshift camps, canvas tents on wooden platforms, exposed to the elements, with little in the way of medical care or sanitation. The locals called these areas Lunga's Row. They were not hard to find. Just follow the sound of coughing, the sight of emaciated figures wrapped in blankets, the smell of illness. These were the people that the sanatoria would not take, that the hotels would not admit, that the boarding houses would not tolerate. Life in the tent colonies was harsh. The tents leaked in the rain. They provided little protection from the cold. Food was scarce. Medical care was virtually non-existent. Patients who were too weak to care for themselves simply lay in their cots, waiting for someone to bring them water, waiting for death. Some of the tent colonies were organised by charitable organisations which provided at least minimal oversight. Others were entirely informal, just groups of desperate people who had pitched their tents in the same location because there was nowhere else to go. The mortality rate in these camps was high. Without proper nutrition, without medical attention, without even basic sanitation, the consumptives weakened quickly. Some died within weeks of arriving in Colorado. Others lingered for months, their condition worsening steadily, their hopes fading. Others had not even the resources for a tent. They slept in the streets. They slept in parks and under bridges. They begged for money on street corners, their coughs punctuating their pleas. They coughed in public spaces, spreading the disease they had come to cure. The city authorities, unsure what to do with these homeless invalids, often resorted to the only solution they could think of. They put them in jail. Not for crimes, simply for existing. Simply for being sick and poor and having nowhere else to go. The jails were not equipped to handle tuberculosis patients. There was no isolation, no fresh air, no treatment. The consumptives simply coughed in their cells, infecting other prisoners, infecting the guards, spreading the disease through the incarcerated population. It was, in a sense, the worst possible outcome for public health. Instead of treating the sick, Colorado was concentrating them in closed spaces where the disease could spread freely. The jails became incubators for tuberculosis. Some of the jailed lungers died in their cells. Others were released when the authorities realized they were dying, sent back onto the streets to spend their final days wherever they could find shelter. A few were given train tickets back east, a cruel irony for people who had come west to escape death. It was this crisis, the spectacle of dying men and women jailed for the crime of poverty, that had motivated Francis Weisbart Jacobs to found National Jewish Hospital. Someone had to care for those whom everyone else had abandoned. None may enter who can pay, none can pay who enter. That motto was a direct response to the discrimination that the poor lungers faced. It was an acknowledgement that the tuberculosis industry had failed the most vulnerable, that the healing climate had become a death trap for those without means. The pattern established in Colorado would repeat itself across the American West. As germ theory spread, so did discrimination against tuberculosis patients. Cities that had once advertised themselves as health destinations began closing their doors. Phoenix, Arizona, which had marketed itself as aggressively as any Colorado town, began requiring tuberculosis patients to register with the health department. Pasadena, California, banned consumptives from certain public spaces. El Paso, Texas, established zones where tuberculosis patients were forbidden to live. Hotels posted signs refusing to accept consumptive guests. The language was often blunt. No, consumptives. Health seekers not welcome. TB patients must apply elsewhere. These signs hung in the lobbies of establishments that had once profited handsomely from the tuberculosis trade. Towns passed ordinances restricting where tuberculosis patients could live. They could not reside within a certain distance of schools. They could not rent rooms in certain neighborhoods. They could not, in some cases, walk on certain streets. The sick were being zoned out of public life. The irony was profound. The sick, who had been told that their only hope was to go west, found that the West did not want them. Some lungers fought back. They formed patient advocacy groups. They wrote letters to newspapers protesting their treatment. They pointed out that many of Colorado's most prominent citizens, including Mayor Robert Speer, had themselves been health seekers. If tuberculosis patients were good enough to build the state, why were they now being cast out? But the fear was too strong. The healthy majority, convinced that every cough might bring death, were not interested in the rights of the sick. They wanted protection. And if protection meant treating the ill as pariahs, so be it. It is a bitter irony. The states that had been built by tuberculosis patients, that had welcomed them when they brought money and boosted local economies, turned on them when they became too numerous, too visible, too threatening. The disease had not changed. The treatment had not changed. The climate had not changed. What had changed was the understanding that tuberculosis was contagious, and the fear that followed from that understanding. We should not be too quick to judge. Fear of contagion is a natural human response, rooted deep in our evolutionary history. The people of Colorado in 1900 had no way to protect themselves from tuberculosis except through avoidance. There were no antibiotics. There was no vaccine. Masks, if used at all, were primitive and of uncertain effectiveness. Isolation was the only tool they had. And yet we can acknowledge the tragedy of what occurred. We can recognise that the discrimination, however understandable, inflicted real suffering on real people. We can mourn for those who came seeking hope and found only rejection. But we can still mourn for the lungers who came west seeking a cure and found instead rejection, who had given up everything for the hope of another few years of life, only to discover that their disease made them pariahs, who had sold their homes and said goodbye to their families, only to die in tent colonies or jails far from anyone who loved them. They are buried in cemeteries across Colorado. Many of their graves are unmarked, their names forgotten. The stone markers, if there were any, have weathered away. The families who might have tended the graves were 2,000 miles away, unable to visit. They came by the tens of thousands, and many of them never went home. Their bones lie beneath Colorado soil, in plots that no one visits anymore, their stories lost to history. The mountains they came to see still rise on the western horizon. The air they came to breathe still flows down from the peaks, but they are gone. The lingers, the health seekers, the desperate and the hopeful, leaving behind only unmarked graves and the faint echo of a million coughs. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. We have travelled to a place built on hope and desperation. A place where the dying came by the thousands, seeking in the mountain air the cure that no medicine could provide. A place that welcomed them when they had money and rejected them when they became too numerous, too sick, too visible. We have met remarkable individuals. William Jackson Palmer, the railroad man who saw in the clear mountain air an opportunity to build an empire. Frances Weisbart Jacobs, the woman who refused to let the poor die in the streets. Doc Holliday, the gunfighter whose legend began with a cough. Robert Speer, the lunger who became a mayor and transformed a city. We have seen remarkable places. Cragmore, the palace for the dying rich, where champagne flowed and consumptives danced. The tent colonies, where the poor coughed their lives away on wooden platforms. The gardener huts, those strange octagonal shelters that now hold garden tools where patients once lay dying. The sleeping porches, still visible on old houses, their original purpose forgotten. Colorado in the tuberculosis era was many things at once. It was a place of genuine healing. Some patients did improve in the high, dry air, their symptoms easing, their lives extending beyond what anyone expected. It was a place of compassion. Frances Weisbart Jacobs and her hospital, treating those who had nothing, asking nothing in return. It was a place of luxury, Cragmore with its orchestras and dinner parties for the dying rich, where patients refused to surrender their dignity, even as the disease consumed them. But it was also a place of exploitation. The boosters who advertised 100% aseptic air knew they were exaggerating, knew that the mountain air could not actually cure tuberculosis, that most patients would die regardless. The sanatoria that charged $50 a week knew that most patients could not afford their services, that the poor would be left to suffer while the wealthy lounged on sun porches. The cities that built their economies on the tuberculosis trade knew that many of their customers would die, that the cemeteries would fill with the bodies of those who had come seeking life. And when the fear of contagion finally overcame the desire for profit, Colorado showed another face entirely. The lungers who had built the state, who had filled its hotels and restaurants, who had funded its hospitals and schools, who had become its mayors and businessmen, were suddenly unwelcome. The sick were stigmatized, marginalized, jailed. This is not a simple story of heroes and villains. The people of Colorado were responding to a disease they did not fully understand using the limited tools available to them. They were capable of both compassion and cruelty, sometimes simultaneously. The same city that founded National Jewish Hospital debated making patients wear bells. History rarely offers us pure heroes or pure villains. What it offers instead is the full complexity of human nature, our capacity for both grace and fear, our ability to care deeply and to exclude ruthlessly. We know now what the doctors of the 1890s did not know. The mountain air could not cure tuberculosis. This is not to say that the climate was entirely without benefit. The dry air of Colorado was genuinely healthier than the humid, polluted air of the eastern cities. Patients who left the crowded tenements for the open spaces of the West were removing themselves from constant exposure to the bacillus. They were breathing cleaner air, eating better food, getting more rest. All of these factors could in some cases give the immune system a better chance to fight the infection. And the sunshine, that constant Colorado sunshine, may have had some modest therapeutic effect. We know now that sunlight helps the body produce vitamin D, which plays a role in immune function. We know that ultraviolet light can kill bacteria on surfaces. The doctors of the era did not understand these mechanisms, but they observed that patients seemed to do better in sunny climates. But none of this could cure tuberculosis. The bacillus, once established in the lungs, continued its slow destruction regardless of altitude or climate. A patient might feel better in Colorado, a patient might live longer in Colorado, but the disease remained, biding its time, waiting for the moment when the body's defences would finally fail. The true cure came not from geography, but from science. In 1943, at Rutgers University in New Jersey, a microbiologist named Selman Waxman and his graduate student Albert Schatz isolated a compound from soil bacteria. They called it streptomycin, and when they tested it against tuberculosis, the disease that had killed millions, that had built and destroyed towns, that had sent 20,000 people a year to Colorado, the bacteria died. For the first time in human history, there was an effective treatment for tuberculosis, a drug that could actually kill the bacillus, that could save patients who would otherwise have died, that could end the scourge that had haunted humanity since the dawn of civilization. Streptomycin was not perfect. It had side effects. It did not work for all patients, but it worked often enough and well enough that the sanatorium industry collapsed almost overnight. The patients who had filled the hotels and tent colonies simply stopped coming. Why travel 2,000 miles to breathe mountain air when a pill could actually kill the disease? Why spend years lying on a cure porch when a course of antibiotics could accomplish the same thing in months? By the 1950s, other antibiotics had joined streptomycin in the fight against tuberculosis. Isoniazid, rifampicin, pyrazinamide, a whole arsenal of drugs that could attack the bacillus from multiple angles. The cure rate climbed, the death rate fell, and the sanatoria emptied. By the 1960s, most of the sanatoria had closed. Some were converted to other purposes. Cragmore became a university, Glockner became a hospital, others became resorts or office buildings. Others were simply abandoned, their cure porches empty, their patient registries closed forever. The gardener huts were sold off to become garden sheds and playhouses. The sleeping porches were enclosed and converted to bedrooms. The TB houses of Montclair became ordinary family homes, their original purpose forgotten by the new owners. Tuberculosis, which had shaped the very identity of Colorado, became a historical curiosity, a strange chapter in the state's past, interesting to historians and few others. The disease had not been defeated by the mountain air. It had been defeated by science, by the patient work of researchers in laboratories far from the Rockies. The cure that Colorado had promised for decades was finally delivered, but by Rutgers University, not by Pikes Peak. And yet, the legacy remains. Denver today is a thriving metropolis, one of the fastest growing cities in America, attracting hundreds of thousands of new residents every year. They come for the job opportunities, for the outdoor recreation, for the quality of life. They come, in their way, for the same things that drew the Lungers a century ago: the sunshine, the mountain air, the sense of possibility. The parks and boulevards that a former Lunger named Robert Spear built continue to define the urban landscape. Walk along Spear Boulevard, past Civic Center Park, through the green spaces that wind through the city, and you are walking through the vision of a man who came to Colorado expecting to die, and stayed to transform it. The medical industry that was born in the tuberculosis era remains a major economic driver. Denver is home to some of the nation's leading hospitals and research institutions. The doctors and nurses who work in these modern facilities are the professional descendants of the physicians who once prescribed fresh air and rest. Colorado Springs, the city that William Jackson Palmer founded as a health resort, is now known for other things. Military installations like the Air Force Academy and NORAD technology companies, tourism to Pikes Peak and Garden of the Gods. But the Sanatorium buildings still stand, converted now to other purposes but still recognizable to those who know what to look for. The tuberculosis huts still dot the neighborhoods, octagonal reminders of a vanished era, housing garden tools and holiday decorations where patients once lay dying. They are strange little monuments, these huts. Most people who pass them have no idea what they are. And National Jewish Health, the hospital that Francis Weisbart Jacobs dreamed of, continues to operate on its original campus in East Denver. It is consistently ranked among the best respiratory hospitals in the nation. Its mission has expanded beyond tuberculosis to include asthma, allergies, immune disorders, and heart conditions. But its origins, as a refuge for the dying poor, funded by donations, caring for those who could not pay, remain part of its identity. The hospital's current motto is Breathing Science, but the old motto still resonates: none may enter who can pay, none can pay who enter. The 1/3 of Colorado's population that came seeking the cure left their mark on the state, in ways that persist to this day. They shaped its architecture, the sleeping porches, the open floor plans, the orientation toward the sun. They shaped its economy, the hospitals and research institutions, the tourism industry, the real estate market. They shaped its culture, the outdoor lifestyle, the emphasis on health and wellness, the very identity of Colorado as a place of renewal. They brought their money and their desperate hope, and in exchange they received, sometimes, a few more years of life. Some recovered and became pillars of their new communities. Others died quickly, barely unpacking their trunks before the disease claimed them. Most fell somewhere in between, living out their remaining days in the thin mountain air, watching the peaks change colour with the seasons. Many of them never went home. They are buried in Colorado cemeteries, in Denver and Colorado Springs, in Glenwood Springs and Leadville, in small towns throughout the state. Their names are carved on headstones that weather a little more each year. Their stories are mostly forgotten. They came from everywhere, from the tenements of New York and the row houses of Philadelphia, from the mansions of Boston and the farms of Ohio. Rich and poor, young and old, desperate and hopeful, they ended their journeys here, in the shadow of the mountains, and here they remain. What does the tuberculosis migration teach us about ourselves? Perhaps this: that human beings, faced with death, will try almost anything. They will sell their homes, they will leave their families, they will travel thousands of miles into an uncertain future. They will breathe cold mountain air through damaged lungs, hoping that geography might accomplish what medicine cannot. This is not foolish. It is profoundly human. The will to live is the most basic of instincts rooted deep in our biology, and it drives us to extraordinary efforts. We will grasp at straws. We will chase rumours of cures. We will try anything at all, if there's even the smallest chance it might work. The Lungers who came to Colorado were not naive. Many of them understood that their chances were slim. They had seen friends and family die of the same disease. They knew that the mountain air was no sure cure, that many who made the journey never returned. But slim chances are still chances, and in the face of certain death, even a small hope is better than none. We should also remember the capacity for both generosity and cruelty that the tuberculosis era revealed. Francis Weisbart Jacobs, walking through the streets of Denver, bringing food and comfort to the dying, refusing to accept that the poor should be abandoned simply because they had no money. The Colorado legislature, seriously debating whether to make patients wear bells around their necks, treating the sick as if they were lepers in medieval Europe. National Jewish Hospital, with its motto of unconditional care, refusing to charge the patients who needed help most. The hotels and boarding houses, posting signs that read, "No consumptives allowed," turning away the desperate because they feared infection. Robert Speer, the Lunger who became a mayor dedicating his life to building a more beautiful city. The tent colonies, where the poor coughed their lives away because no institution would take them in. Both impulses, the generous and the fearful, live within us still. They are not separate tendencies but intertwined aspects of our nature. The same person might show compassion in one moment and cruelty in the next. The same society might build hospitals for the dying poor while debating whether to make them wear bells. When the next epidemic comes, as epidemics always do, we will face the same choices that Coloradans faced in the 1890s. How do we balance compassion with self-protection? How do we care for the sick without fearing them? How do we respond to a threat that we cannot see, cannot understand, cannot control? We have already faced these questions in our own lifetimes. The HIV epidemic of the 1980s, the SARS outbreak of 2003, the COVID-19 pandemic of 2020. Each time we saw the same mix of compassion and cruelty, generosity and fear. Each time we discovered that our ancestors were not so different from ourselves. The Lungers of Colorado are distant now, a century and more removed from our own lives. But they were people like us, facing choices like ours, responding with the same complex mix of courage and fear that we bring to our own challenges. There are no easy answers. There never were. But perhaps there is wisdom in remembering, wisdom in honouring those who came before, who faced impossible choices with such limited tools, who tried to do their best even when their best was not enough. Let us return one final time to that train rolling westward across the Great Plains. The passengers sit with their one-way tickets, their coughs, their desperate hopes. The sun is setting ahead of them, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. The mountains appear on the horizon, blue and distant and somehow holy. Somewhere ahead lies Denver, the world sanatorium, the place where the air will heal them. Or so they have been told. We know now what they did not know. The mountain air cannot cure tuberculosis. Some of them will improve, perhaps many more than would have survived in the crowded tenements they left behind. Some will linger for years, perhaps decades, in the thin, clear atmosphere, finding in Colorado, if not a cure, then at least a reprieve. But most of them will die, if not in weeks, then in months. If not in months, then in years. They are the Lingers, 1/3 of a state's population, 20,000 a year, rolling westward with the desperate faith that geography might save them. The train chugs onward through the gathering dusk. The mountains grow closer, their peaks catching the last light of day. And somewhere in those crowded cars someone is coughing. That deep, rattling cough that speaks of lungs filling with disease. But there is hope in that car as well. There is the hope of the young man from Philadelphia who has read the advertisements and believes that the clear mountain air will restore him. There is the hope of the mother from Chicago who has brought her daughter west, praying that this new land will give her child the years that the doctors back home said she would never have. There is the hope of the businessman who has sold everything he owns to make this journey, betting his entire fortune on the chance that he might live long enough to rebuild it. There is the hope of the elderly woman who has come to Colorado not expecting to survive, but hoping that she might die in a beautiful place, surrounded by mountains and sunshine, rather than in the cramped darkness of her city apartment. Hope. That is what the Lungers carried with them, more precious than any luggage, more sustaining than any medicine. Hope that the air would heal them, hope that tomorrow would be better than today, hope that death, if it came, would be gentle. They came seeking life. They found in the end what we all find, the limited span of years that fortune allows us, spent in whatever place seems kindest. Some found peace in Colorado, some found suffering, most found something in between, a mixture of good days and bad, of sunrises over the mountains and long nights of coughing, of friendships formed in sanatorium wards and losses that could never be replaced. They were, in the end, simply human. They faced their mortality with whatever courage they could muster. They lived their remaining days as fully as they were able, and when the end came, they went gently into whatever lies beyond, their last breaths drawn in the thin, clear air that had drawn them west. And so, as the night deepens and the mountain wind fades into memory, we leave Colorado behind for now. But its legacy remains, in the parks that are Lunger built, in the hospital that compassion created, in the octagonal huts that now hold garden tools where the dying once lay, in the sleeping porches of old houses, in the cemeteries that dot the landscape, in the very soil of this mountain state. The mountains still rise as they have risen for millennia. The air is still thin and clear. The sun still shines 300 days a year. Colorado remains a place of healing, even if the disease it once promised to cure has been conquered by other means. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another dimension of tuberculosis history, but that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the ghost of mountain air carry you gently into sleep. Imagine yourself on one of those old cure porches, wrapped in blankets, gazing up at the stars that seem so close at this altitude. Feel the cold air on your face. Hear the distant wind in the pines. The peaks stand eternal, their snows unchanged, their promise of healing as old as the hills themselves. They watch the Lungers come, they watch the Lungers die, and they will remain long after we, too, have passed. If you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like or share it with someone who might need it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for remembering the Lungers with us, those thousands upon thousands of desperate, hopeful souls who came, west seeking life. Good night. Helen Burns. If you've read Jane Eyre, you remember her, the saintly girl who dies of consumption in the heroine's arms. What Charlotte Bronte never told her readers was that Helen Burns was real. She was Charlotte's own sister. And she was only the first. By the time tuberculosis finished with the Bronte family, it would take 5 of the 6 children, while their father watched helpless for 40 years. Welcome to the Sanatorium. I'm your host, And this is where we explore the stories of tuberculosis, the white plague that shaped our history, our culture, and our very understanding of what it means to be human. If you're new here, consider subscribing. We release new episodes regularly, and there are many more stories to tell. Tonight's episode is a long one, over 2 hours. So settle in. Find a comfortable position. Pour yourself some tea, perhaps. We're going to spend the evening with one of the most extraordinary families in literary history, and with the disease that consumed them, one by one, until only silence remained. The house stands at the top of the village. A Georgian parsonage, grey stone, modest but solid. Behind it the moors stretch endlessly, purple with heather in summer, brown and wind-scoured in winter. In the rooms downstairs the air is cold, even with the fire going. It's always cold. The year is 1848. September turning to October. In the dining room, 3 women sit with their father. They are not old, these women. The eldest is 32, the youngest 28. But they have the watchful, weary eyes of people who have seen too much death. Upstairs, a man is dying. Their brother, 31 years old, and dying in the room where he was born. The cough. They all know the sound by now. The terrible wet cough that brings up blood. The fever that comes and goes. The wasting. They've been here before. 2 sisters died of this when they were children. Died young and far from home. Their mother died of something else, but she died in this house too. The parsonage has always been a place of death. But it has also been a place of fierce burning life. Of imagination. Of genius. These 3 women who sit together in the cold room have just, in the past year, published 3 of the most remarkable novels in the English language. Jane Eyre, Wuthering Heights, Agnes Grey. The literary world is still reeling from them. And now this. The brother dying upstairs, and after him. They don't speak of it, but they know. They've always known. Tuberculosis doesn't stop with one. This is the story of the Bronte family. Of 6 children, 5 deaths. Of extraordinary talent that bloomed in the shadow of disease. And of a father who would bury every single one of his children before he died himself, at the age of 84. To understand the Brontes, you have to understand Haworth. This small village in the West Riding of Yorkshire perched on the edge of the moors. In the early 19th century it was an industrial town. Textile mills, poverty, overcrowding. The churchyard was so full of bodies that the ground level had risen above the church floor. Water from the graveyard seeped into the drinking supply. The average life expectancy was 25 years. This statistic deserves emphasis. 25 years. In Victorian Haworth, if you reached adulthood, you were already beating the odds. The main killer was not tuberculosis, though tuberculosis took its share. It was the water. The contaminated, corpse-tainted water that seeped down from the graveyard into the wells. Typhoid fever. Cholera. Dysentery. The dead poisoned the living. Patrick Bronte would later campaign for better sanitation in Haworth. He understood, long before the germ theory of disease was established, that something in the water was killing his parishioners. but his efforts would come too late to save his own family. Into this place in 1820 came Patrick Bronte, an Irish clergyman, ambitious, educated, a published poet. He brought with him his wife, Maria, and their 6 children, all under the age of 7. Maria, the eldest, baptised in April 1814. Elizabeth, born 8th February 1815. Charlotte, born 24th of April 1816. Branwell, born 26th June 1817. Emily, born 30th July 1818. And Anne, the baby, born 17th January 1820. Patrick Bronte was a complex man. Stern, often distant, deeply concerned with propriety. He had pulled himself up from rural Irish poverty through education and the church. He believed in learning, in discipline, in the power of literature. He also believed in fresh air and long walks on the moors, which he considered healthful. In this, at least, he was ahead of his time. His wife, Maria Branwell Bronte, was Cornish. Genteel, educated, fond of reading. She had married Patrick in 1812 and followed him north to this cold, unfamiliar country. By all accounts, she never quite adjusted to Yorkshire, to the damp, to the grey skies, to the wind that never stopped. Maria wrote letters home to Cornwall describing her new life. They were cheerful letters mostly. She loved her husband. She loved her growing brood of children. But there was a wistfulness beneath the words. A longing for the warmer country she had left behind. She would never see Cornwall again. The parsonage they moved into was substantial by village standards. 2 stories, several rooms, a garden. But it was cold and damp, built on a hillside where water gathered. The church and graveyard were just beyond the wall. The children's bedroom windows looked out over the tombstones. They grew up counting graves the way other children count sheep. For 1 year, the family was intact. 6 children, 2 parents, all together in the house at the top of the village. And then tuberculosis came. Or perhaps it didn't come. Perhaps it was already there. One of the cruelties of tuberculosis is its long latency. You can carry the bacteria for years without knowing, without symptoms. And then, triggered by stress, malnutrition, another illness, it activates. It blooms in your lungs like a terrible flower. By the standards of the time, what happened to the Brontes was not unusual. Families were decimated by tuberculosis. It was the single greatest killer of the 19th century, responsible for 1 in 4 deaths. But even by those standards, the Bronte toll was extraordinary. 5 of 6 children, all before the age of 40. All, almost certainly, from the same disease. Time just threes. This is not just a story about death, though. It's a story about what people create in the face of death. How genius and disease can exist in the same body, the same family, feeding on each other in ways we still don't fully understand. The Brontes wrote with an intensity that seemed to consume them. And perhaps it did. But what they left behind has outlasted the disease by nearly 2 centuries. There is a temptation when telling this story to make it romantic. To suggest that somehow tuberculosis was connected to genius. That the disease sharpened their minds, purified their art, The Victorians believed something like this. They called tuberculosis the romantic disease. They saw something beautiful in the pale skin, the bright eyes, the ethereal thinness of the consumptive. This is nonsense, of course. And dangerous nonsense at that. Tuberculosis was not romantic. It was slow suffocation, drowning in your own blood, fever and sweating and wasting away until there was nothing left. The Brontes did not write great novels because of tuberculosis. They wrote great novels despite it. The disease was not their muse, it was their executioner. Let's begin. Maria Bronte, the mother, began to feel unwell in January 1821. She was 38 years old. She had borne 6 children in 8 years. She was tired, she said. So tired. The tiredness deepened. She took to her bed. The doctor was called, an expense the family could barely afford, but Patrick was frightened. His wife was slipping away from him and he didn't understand why. The diagnosis, when it came, was internal cancer. There was nothing to be done. No surgery, no cure, no hope. Maria lingered through the spring and summer, in increasing pain, taking laudanum when it became unbearable. The children were kept away. They heard their mother crying at night. She died in September 1821. Maria was 7. Elizabeth was 6. Charlotte was 5. Branwell 4. Emily 3. Anne was just 20 months old. Patrick Bronte was devastated. By all accounts, he had loved his wife deeply. He shut himself in his room for days after the funeral. He wept. He prayed. And when he emerged, he was changed. More rigid. More distant. He ate his meals alone in his study. He saw his children in the mornings and evenings, but otherwise left their care to servants. His sister-in-law, Elizabeth Branwell, came from Cornwall to help with the children. She was a spinster, 50 years old, set in her ways. She took charge of the household with efficiency but little warmth. The children called her Aunt Branwell. They did not love her. So the 6 Bronte children grew up essentially alone. They had each other, and they had the moors, and they had books. Patrick, for all his distance, believed passionately in education. His children would read. They would learn. They would better themselves. He brought them newspapers, magazines, books from his own library. He discussed politics and current events with them over breakfast. He treated them, in this way, almost as adults. The 2 eldest girls, Maria and Elizabeth, were particularly precocious. Maria at 7 could read the newspapers and debate their contents. She was thoughtful, serious, deeply religious. Elizabeth was quieter but equally intelligent. Charlotte later remembered them both with a kind of awe. They seemed so much older than their years. So wise. Maria especially seemed marked for something great. She had a quality that Charlotte could only describe as saintliness. A patience beyond her years. A kindness that extended to everyone, even the servants who sometimes treated her roughly. Charlotte watched her elder sister and wondered what she would become. A teacher, perhaps. A writer. Something remarkable. But Maria would not grow up to be anything. Maria would die at 11, and all that potential would be snuffed out like a candle. Charlotte would spend the rest of her life imagining what Maria might have been. What she might have done. How different everything might have been if Maria had lived. In 1824, Patrick Bronte made a decision that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He enrolled Maria and Elizabeth in the clergy daughters' school at Cowan Bridge, about 40 miles from Hulworth. It was a charity school designed to educate the daughters of poor clergymen. The fees were low. The curriculum was serious. It seemed like an opportunity. In July 1824, Maria and Elizabeth were sent away. Maria was 10. Elizabeth was 9. In August, Charlotte joined them. She was 8 years old. In November, Emily arrived as well. She had just turned 6. 4 little girls, the eldest barely 10, sent away from home to a school run by strangers. Cowan Bridge was a nightmare. We know this not just from Charlotte's later fictionalisation of it in Jane Eyre, but from historical records and the testimony of other pupils. The school was underfunded, poorly heated, unsanitary. The food was often spoiled or badly cooked. Meals of burned porridge, rancid butter, meat gone off. The girls ate it because they were hungry and then they got sick. The building itself seemed designed to break the spirit. Long, cold corridors, bare stone walls, windows that let in more cold than light. The chapel was unheated, and the girls were required to sit through long services every Sunday, their breath visible in the frigid air. They developed coughs, fevers, chilblains that cracked and bled. The school infirmary was always full. The curriculum was rigorous but inconsistent. The girls studied arithmetic, grammar, history, geography. They sewed. They read the Bible. They were drilled in proper behaviour and deportment. But the teaching was often perfunctory, the books inadequate. The real purpose of the school, it seemed, was not education but reformation. These were the daughters of poor clergymen. They must learn humility. They must learn to endure. The dormitories were unheated. In winter, water in the wash basins froze overnight. The girls slept 2 to a bed for warmth, but it was never enough. They woke shivering, dressed in the dark, walked to the schoolroom with chilblains on their feet. Some mornings, ice had formed on the inside of the windows. The girls scraped patterns in it with their fingernails, trying to find something beautiful in their misery. The regime was harsh. The headmaster, Reverend Carus Wilson, believed that comfort was sinful. That suffering purified the soul. That these charity girls should be grateful for any education at all and not complain about cold or hunger. Punishments were frequent and public. Girls were made to stand on stools for hours, to wear signs around their necks proclaiming their faults, to go without food as penance. Maria Bronte, the eldest sister, bore the brunt of it. She was untidy, the teacher said. Her sewing was poor. She daydreamed. She was punished again and again for small infractions. Charlotte, 8 years old, watched her sister being humiliated and could do nothing. She never forgot it. And then, in the spring of 1825, Maria became ill. She had a cough. A fever. She was weak, so weak she could barely stand. But the school had a policy. If a girl was well enough to be out of bed, she was well enough for lessons. Maria was sent to class. She fainted at her desk. Finally, in February 1825, the school sent her home. She was in the advanced stages of tuberculosis. Her lungs were destroyed. There was nothing anyone could do. Maria died at home on 6 May 1825. He was 11 years old. Patrick brought Elizabeth home 2 weeks later, hoping the fresh air of Haworth might revive her. But she had the same cough, the same fever. The disease was already too advanced. Elizabeth died on 15 June 1825. She was 10 years old. Charlotte and Emily were pulled from the school immediately. They came home to a house of mourning. 4 children left of the original 6. Charlotte, 9 years old. Branwell, 7. Emily, 6. Anne, 5. 2 more small coffins went into the family vault beneath the church floor. Patrick stood over the graves of his wife and 2 eldest daughters. He was 48 years old. He had been in Haworth for 5 years. Half his family was already dead. The children who survived would carry those deaths with them always. Charlotte, especially. She had watched Maria suffer the cruelty of Cowan Bridge. Watched her waste away. Watched her die. 22 years later, when she wrote Jane Eyre, she put Maria in the book. Helen Burns, the saintly, patient girl who endures every punishment without complaint, who dies of consumption in the heroine's arms. Helen Burns is one of the most famous characters in Victorian literature. Millions of readers have wept over her death. But she was real. She was Charlotte's sister, and Charlotte couldn't save her. In the novel, Helen speaks of heaven with perfect faith. She tells Jane that death is not an end but a beginning, that they will meet again in a better world. Charlotte put these words in Helen's mouth, but they were Maria's words. Maria, at 11 years old, dying of tuberculosis, had comforted her younger sister with promises of paradise. She had faced death with a calm that Charlotte never forgot, that she could never quite believe. Charlotte was 9 when Maria died, old enough to understand, old enough to remember. For the rest of her life, she carried the memory of her eldest sister, the one who should have led them, the one who was taken first. When Charlotte became famous, when Jane Eyre was celebrated around the world, she must have thought of Maria, of what Maria might have become if she had lived, of the books Maria might have written. After Maria and Elizabeth died, Patrick Bronte made another decision. No more boarding schools. His children would stay home. He would educate them himself with help from Aunt Branwell and occasional tutors. The 4 remaining children would not be separated again. And so began one of the most extraordinary childhoods in literary history. The 4 Bronte children, Charlotte, Branwell, Emily and Anne, spent their days in almost complete isolation. They had no real friends outside the family. No school, no social calls, no parties. The village children were rough, Patrick said. Not suitable companions for his educated offspring. Aunt Branwell was strict about propriety. Young ladies did not wander the streets. They stayed home. So the children had each other, and they had the moors. Every afternoon they went walking, miles and miles across the open moorland. In sun and rain, and wind so strong it nearly knocked them over. They knew every hill, every stream, every outcropping of rock. The moor was their playground, their sanctuary, their whole world. And they had their imaginations. In June 1826, Patrick brought home a box of wooden soldiers for Branwell. The 4 children seized on them immediately. Each child claimed a soldier and gave it a name. Charlotte's was the Duke of Wellington. Emily's was a character called Gravy. And then they began to tell stories. This was the moment, scholars believe, when the Bronte creative universe was born. A box of toy soldiers and 4 lonely children with no one to play with but each other. From such small beginnings came worlds. Entire continents of imagination. It is hard to overstate how important this moment was. These children, grieving, isolated, half-orphaned, turned inward. And what they found there would eventually change literature. At first the stories were simple games, adventures for the wooden soldiers. But they grew. They deepened. They became entire worlds. The children invented a place called Glasstown, an imaginary African colony. They drew maps. They wrote constitutions, newspapers, histories. They created characters with complex lives and relationships. And they wrote it all down. The manuscripts they produced are extraordinary. Tiny books, some no bigger than a matchbox, written in microscopic handwriting. The children stitched them together from scraps of paper and sugar sacks. The writing is so small you need a magnifying glass to read it. They made them small, scholars think, to mimic real printed books, or perhaps to hide them from adults. These were private worlds. Secret worlds. Today, these miniature manuscripts are among the most precious items in the Bronte Parsonage Museum. Scholars have spent years deciphering them. They contain entire novellas, poems, plays, maps of imaginary countries, family trees of fictional dynasties. The children created not just stories but entire civilizations, languages, religions, wars and treaties and romances spanning generations. The miniature scale was part of the magic, timed twos. By making the books tiny, the children made them secret. They could slip them into pockets, hide them in drawers, carry their imaginary worlds with them wherever they went. These were not stories to be shared with adults. They were private conversations between siblings. A language only they could speak. Glasstown evolved over the years. Charlotte and Branwell developed it into an elaborate saga called Angria, full of passion, war, intrigue. The Duke of Zamorna became their central character. Dark, brooding, irresistible. He would reappear, transformed in Charlotte's later novels as Rochester. The siblings wrote endless stories of war, betrayal, and forbidden love. Angria was their apprenticeship. Every trope Charlotte later perfected, the mysterious man with a secret past, the passionate but doomed romance, the woman who loves unwisely, first appeared in the tiny pages of the Angrian Chronicles. Emily and Anne, meanwhile, created their own world. Gondal. A bleak northern island with feuding royal families. Where Angria was tropical and passionate, Gondal was cold and fierce. Its landscape was the landscape of Yorkshire, moors and mountains, wild weather, harsh beauty. Its characters were proud and violent, driven by honour and vengeance. Emily would write Gondal poetry for the rest of her short life. The intensity of Wuthering Heights, its wild passion, its cosmic scale, was born in the frozen wastes of Gondal. The split between the pairs is telling. Charlotte and Branwell, the two eldest survivors, wrote together. Emily and Anne, the two youngest, wrote together. The partnerships would last their whole lives. Even as adults, Emily and Anne continued the Gondal stories. They would be walking the moors and suddenly start talking about what Augusta Almeida was doing, or whether Julius Brenzida would survive the war. The imaginary world was as real to them as Holworth. This was their education in writing. Not formal instruction, but obsessive-compulsive practice. By the time Charlotte was 15, she had written more words than most people write in a lifetime. The same was true for the others. They lived half in the real world, half in worlds of their own creation. The line between the two was never quite clear. It was, in some ways, an idyllic childhood. Freedom, imagination, the wild beauty of the moors. But it was also profoundly strange. 4 children growing up in near total isolation, living more in fantasy than reality. No mother. A distant father. An aunt who cared for them but didn't love them. And always, the memory of the 2 dead sisters. The knowledge that death had already visited their family and might come again. Branwell was the only son, the golden boy. Patrick had great hopes for him. Branwell would be a scholar, a painter, a poet. He would make the family name famous. The sisters were clever, yes, but they were only girls. Their futures were limited. But Branwell had no limits. This was the tragedy of Victorian expectations. The son, given every advantage, every encouragement, every opportunity, would destroy himself with drink and opium. The daughters, told their best hope was to marry or teach, would become some of the greatest novelists in the English language. Patrick invested everything in the wrong child. He could not see the genius under his own roof because it came in the wrong bodies. Female bodies. Bodies that were supposed to be vessels for children, not ideas. The boy himself seemed to believe it. He was brilliant, charming, full of energy. He talked about his future greatness constantly. He would be a painter, like Sir Joshua Reynolds. A poet like Byron. A writer whose name would echo through the ages. His sisters adored him. Especially Charlotte, who was closest to him in age. They collaborated on the Angrian stories. They wrote poetry together. They walked the moors and talked about art and ambition. Charlotte believed in her brother. They all did. Emily was different from the others. Even as a child, she was solitary, fierce, independent. She loved the moors more than anyone. She would walk for hours alone, coming home windblown and silent. She was tall for a girl of her time, strong, athletic, uninterested in feminine accomplishments. She hated sewing, hated socializing, hated anything that confined her. There was something untouchable about Emily. A wildness that none of the others possessed. She seemed to belong not to the human world, but to the moors themselves. When she was away from Haworth, at school, at work, she literally could not survive. She would sicken, stop eating, pine away. Only on the moors was she fully alive. Only there was she herself. We have so few of Emily's own words outside her novel and poems. No letters survive. Her diary fragments are brief and enigmatic. She remains a mystery. A presence felt, but never fully understood. Perhaps she preferred it that way. Perhaps her privacy was the one thing she would never surrender. Anne was the baby. Sweet-natured, gentle, often overlooked. She was Emily's special companion. The two of them created Gondal together and continued writing about it into their 20s. Where Emily was fierce, Anne was quiet. Where Emily was wild, Anne was careful. But they understood each other perfectly. Anne suffered from a respiratory condition even as a child, possibly asthma, possibly early signs of the tuberculosis that would kill her. She was delicate where Emily was robust. She required care and gentleness. Emily provided both, with a tenderness she showed no one else. When Anne was ill, Emily sat with her. When Anne was sad, Emily walked with her on the moors. They were inseparable. Charlotte was the leader. Small, barely 5 feet tall, but fierce and ambitious. She read voraciously. Novels, poetry, history, anything she could get her hands on. She drew and painted with meticulous care. She wrote endlessly, filling notebook after notebook with tiny cramped handwriting. She was plain, she knew, small and plain and poor. But she had her mind, her imagination, her will. Charlotte's eyes were weak. She was severely nearsighted. To write, she had to hold the paper inches from her face. Perhaps this is why her handwriting was so small. Perhaps this is why she saw the world so intensely. What she could not see clearly, she imagined vividly. Her inner world was more vivid than the blurred reality outside it. She was also painfully aware of her limitations. In a world where a woman's worth was measured by beauty and marriageability, Charlotte knew she had neither. She channeled that awareness into her writing. Jane Eyre is a manifesto for plain women everywhere. A declaration that beauty is not the measure of a soul. That to be small and plain and poor is not to be worthless. The children grew older. Charlotte attended a school called Roe Head for a brief period in the 1830s, a better experience than Cowan Bridge, but still marked by homesickness. Emily tried school as well, but lasted only 3 months before the homesickness became unbearable. She physically pined for Haworth. She stopped eating, stopped sleeping. Charlotte brought her home before she died of it. Anne managed school better than her sisters, but she too preferred home. All of them did. The parsonage, for all its coldness and grief, was where they belonged. It was the only place they could breathe. But they could not stay children forever. By the late 1830s, they were young adults. Charlotte was in her 20s. They needed to earn their livings. And for poor, unmarried women of the middle class, there were exactly two options: governess or teacher. All three sisters tried both. And all three hated it. Being a governess meant living in someone else's house, caring for someone else's children. You were neither servant nor family member. You ate alone. You had no privacy, no freedom, no respect. The children were often spoiled and resentful. The parents treated you as a necessary inconvenience. The pay was terrible. Charlotte took a position with a family called the Sidgwicks in 1839. She lasted less than 3 months. The children were undisciplined, the mother critical, the work exhausting. Charlotte was miserable. She wrote desperate letters home. She felt like a slave, she said. Worse than a slave. Anne fared somewhat better. She spent 5 years as a governess with 2 different families. She was conscientious, patient, determined to do well. But she was lonely and often ill. And she saw, up close, the casual cruelty of the wealthy toward those in their power. She would write about it later in The Tenant of Wildfell Hall, one of the first novels to deal honestly with alcoholism and domestic abuse. Emily tried being a teacher at a school near Halifax. She lasted 6 months. She was desperately homesick, barely able to function. She came home thin and silent and haunted. After that, no one tried to send her away again. Emily would stay at Haworth. She would keep house for her father and aunt. She would walk the moors. She would write her poetry and her gondel stories. That was enough. In 1842, Charlotte had an idea. What if she and Emily could study abroad? Learn French, German, music. They could open their own school when they returned. Be their own employers. Have some independence. Aunt Branwell agreed to fund it. The girls would go to Brussels. In February 1842, Charlotte and Emily enrolled at the Pensionnat Heger, a girls' school in Brussels run by Monsieur and Madame Heger. It was Charlotte's first time leaving England. Emily's too. They were terrified and exhilarated in equal measure. The school was everything Cowan Bridge had not been. Warm, intellectually stimulating, cosmopolitan. Monsieur Heger was a gifted teacher. He recognised Charlotte's talent immediately and pushed her to develop it. He gave her books, discussed literature with her, critiqued her writing. Charlotte, starved for intellectual companionship, bloomed under his attention. She also fell in love with him. Constantine Heger was married, with children. He was not particularly handsome. But he was brilliant, passionate about ideas, and he took Charlotte seriously as an intellect. For Charlotte, 26 years old, plain, poor, convinced she would never marry, this was intoxicating. Nothing happened, of course. Heger was an honourable man. He was kind to Charlotte, but nothing more. Still, Charlotte's feelings deepened. She tried to hide them. She mostly succeeded. But the longing was there, burning beneath her quiet exterior. In November 1842, Aunt Branwell died suddenly. Charlotte and Emily returned to Haworth for the funeral. Emily stayed home after that. She had no desire to return to Brussels. But Charlotte went back. She told herself it was to finish her studies. Time? One's? Really, it was to be near Hagar. The second year in Brussels was miserable. Madame Hagar, who had perhaps guessed Charlotte's feelings, grew cold. She kept Charlotte busy with menial tasks, kept her away from her husband. Charlotte was lonely, isolated, desperately unhappy. She stayed until January 1844, and then she came home for good. After she left, Charlotte wrote Hagar letters. Passionate, desperate letters. She tried to make them sound casual, but the longing bled through every line. Hagar did not respond. Or if he did, his responses were brief and discouraging. Eventually, Charlotte stopped writing. She had been rejected, and she knew it. She channeled the pain into her writing. Years later, in Villette, she would put Hagar in her novel as Paul Emmanuel, the difficult, brilliant teacher whom the heroine loves hopelessly. It's one of the most psychologically acute portraits of unrequited love in literature. And it's drawn directly from Charlotte's own heart. By 1845, all three sisters were back at Haworth. The school plan had failed. They had advertised for pupils but received no responses. No one wanted to send their daughters to a remote parsonage in Yorkshire run by unknown governesses. The dream was over before it began. Charlotte was 29. Emily was 27. Anne was 25. Unmarried, unemployed, living with their aging father and their increasingly dissolute brother. Branwell's grand dreams had all come to nothing. He had failed as a painter, as a tutor, as everything he tried. He was drinking heavily. The golden boy was tarnished. The sisters might have lived and died in obscurity. Might have become nothing more than footnotes in the history of their famous parsonage. Three spinsters caring for an aging father in a remote village. It was the fate of thousands of Victorian women. Quiet lives. Invisible lives. Lives that left no mark on the world. But these particular spinsters had spent their childhoods creating worlds. They had written millions of words before they turned 20. They had taught themselves narrative technique through endless practice. They had developed voices that were uniquely their own. The years of isolation had not been wasted. They had been training. Except for one thing. They could write. And they were about to prove it. In the autumn of 1845, Charlotte made a discovery. She found a notebook of Emily's poems. She read them. And she was stunned. Emily's poetry was unlike anything Charlotte had read. Dark, mystical, intensely powerful. Poems about freedom and death, about the moors and the soul, about a fierce inner life that had nothing to do with the quiet, austere woman who kept house for their father. These were the poems of a genius. One poem in particular stopped Charlotte cold. "No coward soul is mine," it began. Emily wrote of a faith beyond conventional religion, of a God that animated all living things, of her own soul, undaunted by death or doubt. The poem was defiant, almost arrogant in its certainty. This was not the voice of a timid Yorkshire spinster. This was the voice of a prophet. Another poem described a prisoner in a dungeon, visited by a wild vision of freedom. The imagery was ecstatic, almost hallucinatory. Scholars still debate whether Emily experienced genuine mystical states. What is certain is that she had access to something most people never touch. Some deep well of consciousness. Some doorway to the infinite. Charlotte showed them to Anne. Anne quietly revealed that she too had been writing poetry. Charlotte looked at her own work, years of poems tucked away in drawers, and suddenly she saw a possibility. Yes, they could publish. Together. A joint volume of poetry by three sisters. Emily was furious when Charlotte suggested it. Her poems were private, not meant for the world. She felt violated by Charlotte's discovery of them. But Charlotte was persuasive. Charlotte was always persuasive. And eventually Emily agreed. On one condition: they would publish under pseudonyms. Male pseudonyms. And so Currer, Ellis and Acton Bell were born. Currer for Charlotte, Ellis for Emily, Acton for Anne. Androgynous names. Names that could be male or female. The sisters used their own money, the small inheritance from Aunt Branwell, to pay for publication. The book came out in May 1846. It sold 2 copies. 2. In the entire first year of publication, exactly 2 people bought the poems by Currer, Ellis and Acton Bell. The reviews were few and lukewarm. The book disappeared without a trace. But the sisters were not discouraged. By the time the poems were published, they were already working on something else. Novels. All 3 of them, simultaneously, were writing novels. Charlotte was working on The Professor, based on her experiences in Brussels. Emily was writing Wuthering Heights, a dark tale of passion and revenge on the Yorkshire moors. Anne was writing Agnes Grey, a quiet, realistic portrait of a governess's life. They wrote at the dining room table, all together in the same room, late into the night. Walking in circles around the table, discussing plot points and character development. They critiqued each other's work. They read passages aloud. They encouraged each other when the work was hard. And upstairs they could hear Branwell, drunk, raving, sometimes weeping. Branwell Bronte's decline had been gradual, then sudden. He had taken a position as a tutor with a wealthy family called the Robinsons. And there, he said, he'd fallen in love with his employer's wife. Mrs. Robinson, he claimed, loved him in return. They had an affair. They planned to marry after her husband died. How much of this was true is still debated. Branwell was discovered in some kind of inappropriate relationship with Mrs. Robinson and dismissed from his position in disgrace. That much is fact. Whether it was truly an affair, or whether Branwell had made unwanted advances, or whether he simply fantasized the whole thing, we will never know. What is certain is that Branwell believed it was real. And when Mr. Robinson died, and Mrs. Robinson married someone else, someone rich and age-appropriate, Branwell was shattered. He came home to Holworth in the summer of 845 and never left again. He drank. He took laudanum. He ran up debts at every public house in the village, He raved about his lost love. He threatened suicide. He had fits of delirium, tremens. Patrick was heartbroken. His son, his brilliant son, had fallen so far. The sisters were angry, frustrated, exhausted. They loved Branwell, but he was destroying himself and making their lives miserable in the process. Charlotte wrote bitterly in her letters about her brother. She could not forgive him for wasting his gifts, for choosing drink and self-pity over work. The sisters were writing great novels in the dining room while Branwell sobbed in his bedroom. The contrast was stark, but there was love too beneath the anger. Charlotte had adored Branwell once. They had been creative partners, co-creators of Angria. She remembered the boy he had been, brilliant, funny, full of promise. To see him destroy himself was a special kind of torture. It was like watching her own childhood die. Emily said little about Branwell's condition, but she cared for him dutifully. She brought him food he would not eat. She cleaned up after his episodes. She listened to his ravings with patience she showed no one else. Perhaps she understood something the others did not. Perhaps she saw in Branwell's despair a mirror of her own fierce inner life. They were both extreme people, in different ways. And yet, they must have known on some level what was coming. Branwell was not just drunk. He was sick. He had a cough. A persistent worsening cough. He was losing weight. He had night sweats. Tuberculosis,